All right, so welcome back, guys. We are starting after the break. And I also wanted to introduce one of my co-hosts, who is Vijesh. He's the one managing our queue. He's adding people. If you have any problems for joining the meeting, I shared his number in the WhatsApp chat. You can message him. Okay. Let me make sure everything is fine. Okay, recording started. Fine. Shall we go?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. So far we have done as we just added the zip trunk from the call manager to the cube FQDN side. Now we will go and log into the cube and configure the remaining stuff back. Okay. So if I go back to our configuration summary, till here we have done configure route group, route list, and route pattern. We haven't done it. We will do it. Let's go and configure the cube. So like I said, the cube entire cube configurations are available here. And again, excuse me guys, if I am too fast, please ask me to slow down. So this is the complete cube configuration. I am not doing a complete copy paste. I'll be going one by one. So all you need to copy this stuff into a notepad. Then I have divided this into 6 sections, part 1 to part 6. And initially what we are doing is the integration between the call manager and cube. So I'll be only using that section. Whenever required, we will be adding remaining stuff and building the configuration. So we are starting. Okay, so we are starting from here. Voice class URI CUCM SIP. Okay, so this is a lot of messages are in the group. Okay, I hope that's fine. Let me close the message, otherwise pop-up sound. Yeah. So voice class URI SIP. So if you look at closely, you can see my subscriber 1 IP address and subscriber 2 IP address. What does it mean? So when we configure the cube, yeah. So this is the cube. When we are integrating the call routing, every cube needs something called dial peers to route the call. Dial peers is nothing but it will have a number and we will tell where to route the call. So usually in every call, if you take, we should have 4 dial peers. Sorry. This is first dial peer. This is called inbound dial peer from call manager. So when we deal with the dial peer matching, you have to think yourself that you are inside the cube. Think as if you are a cube and then consider the call legs. Okay. So when anyone initiates calls from IP phone to Teams, the cube will be receiving the call setup first. So that's an inbound call leg for the cube. It can be an outbound call leg for the call manager, but in the perspective of cube, it is an inbound call leg. Okay. And the same call leg has to be extended to Microsoft Teams. I call this as second dial peer. And when call comes from Microsoft Teams, there will be a dial peer to accept the call in this direction. That is the third dial peer. And that call has to be extended to the call manager. That is called fourth dial peer. This is the way you implement call routing inside the cube. You can merge these 2 dial peer into one and then achieve the same thing. But I believe in this 4-way because it is easy for you to troubleshoot, to understand which call leg is matching, how to troubleshoot things. So there will be 4 dial peers. So this particular configuration here, IPv4 172.16.11. It says that I am creating a URI group. URI group is nothing but when an invite or the call setup comes from anything to cube, it will have a URI parameter. It will have an IP address of this one. Okay. And I'll show you when we configure the dial peers, we will call this particular URI. So just hold on the thoughts for this one. I'll just use it. When we configure the dial peer, I will be calling this particular URI, then that will make more sense what kind of call you need to accept. So basically this is to configure an inbound dial peer that will accept the calls. Okay. So I'll copy this and paste it in the router. Okay. So again, we can go through these commands again. I'm adding subscriber 1 and subscriber 2. I'm not adding publisher. Anyone who is not participating in the call routing. So in the call manager architecture, the primary node publisher will not do any call routing. It is just a database master. Rest of the nodes will be replicating things. And if you go back to the topology, you can see that 22 and 23 are my Sorry, there is a miss in this. 11 dot. Okay, it's not. I do have one more lab setup. These IPs are from that. It is 11.12 and 11.13. Okay, these are the IP address. So I added my call manager IP address. Then I will inform the router that any call comes with this IP address in the SIP header. Please accept the call. Okay, that is the reason I'm adding it here. So I copied it. Okay. And the same way, when calls comes from team side to my cube side, I should tell that, okay, any call comes with this particular entry, which is sbc.ajcollab.com. We haven't configured anything as that. But when Microsoft sends the call to cube, it comes with sbc.ajcollab.com. So you take that call. Okay.
I
Yes.
lost your audio.
Everyone lost my audio or?
No,
No,
it's good for us.
no, it's good for me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Here at initial, we will be making this router as a cube, right? We will be initially we'll be doing that, and then we'll be pasting those
Yes.
commands.
Currently, I'm only doing this CUCM and cube configuration. We haven't reached the team side. So all I need to tell, because we added this trunk from the call manager, right? Now I also need to configure few things in the cube so that the trunk will come up. Then I'll go to the remaining configuration. Okay. So
AJ, can we use hello? Can we use the FQDN instead of IP address here?
inside the call manager, when calls are coming in, the SIP headers will be with this. I will show you a debug with an example of debug. It will not be having the FQDNs. It will be always having IP addresses. So we have to configure IP addresses here in this part. And I'll call this URI in another place. That will make more sense for you when we reach the dial peer section. For time being, just understand I'm adding the IP address of the call manager and also adding the FQDN of SBC, because when call comes from the other direction, Microsoft Teams to Cube, all the calls will have these kind of headers. So I added these two. Just added it. I'm not calling anywhere. I just added it. Then once the cube receives the call, I need to send to a destination, right? So with the topology reference, if you go, look at the third dial pair and fourth dial pair. When the cube receives the call from Microsoft Teams, it has to be extended to the call manager. Okay. So we address that something called session server group. Okay. Don't confuse here and here. You see the same IP address here, but this is like where I need to send the call setup. Okay. Once I get the call from Microsoft Teams, I need to signal back to the call manager. So extend all the calls to the call manager. That's what the server group 1 means. This means take the call from the call manager side. Okay. I'm adding this voice class server group. If you have multiple subscribers, keep adding those subscribers here. Okay. Copy. Paste. So I'm just highlighting whatever things we have configured. We added this, this, and this. Now, voice class codec. So we know that when we extend any calls, there will be something called SDP, Session Description Protocol. That is a part of SIP header. Not SIP header, a part of SIP invite message. So in that SDP, what are the codecs the cube needs to support? For this particular example, we only need G711 ALO, which is a codec, 64-bit. But as a best practice, usually these are the codecs supported by most of the vendors. I added everything inside one codec. So that is this particular part. Okay, that is also added. Then this is voice class options keep alive. This is related to Microsoft Teams. I am skipping that. We'll come back and configure the Teams later. Then I'll talk about these two. Okay. Any call that goes to Microsoft Teams, there is a special condition inside Teams that Teams will only receive numbers in DID format. So when you send the call to Teams, it has to be in a DID format. So I'm doing some small manipulation there. Okay, I will also skip these two here. Okay, we don't need to discuss. Only when we discuss the call routing section, I will come back here and discuss. Okay. So two things here. I'm not discussing that. We'll go to the part 3 now, cube configuration. Don't worry guys, all the commands will come back and do it. Okay. Right now I'm only doing which is required for the call manager and cube communication. Okay. First let's make the trunk hub, then we'll go to the remaining stuff. So voice service VoIP IP address trust list. So I need to inform my cube that any signal comes from any of this below IP, you trust it. Anybody else sends you something, please ignore that. So this 52.112.0.0 is nothing but Microsoft Teams cloud service PBX IPs. Any call that comes from the Microsoft Teams to the cube will be tagged with these IP addresses. So I'm adding those IP addresses here. Then in this side, call manager also will send messages to CUBE, right? I'm adding my subscriber servers. You don't need to add publisher, but in your case, if you have activated call manager service inside your publisher, you can add that. But I can skip this one. I'm not adding this. If you want to skip something while copy pasting, you can put an exclamation there. So this will not be added because this is my publisher. I need only subscriber servers. So I am trusting Microsoft Teams IP address, my call manager IP address, and this is that guy I was talking, right? Anything that comes, especially inside my lab, it will be natted with this IP address. So I need to trust that IP as well, because any signal that initiate by call manager, the source will be of 0.2 because of a special networking that I have done for something else in my lab. So I need to add that device as well in this. So I'm going to copy this. Since I use an exclamatory here, this line will not be copied. So that is fine. See this. Okay, so voice service VoIPs added. Then rest of the things are used for Microsoft Teams, so I'm not dealing with that. Once we complete the CUCM part, we will come back and add the remaining stuff. Then again, voice class tenant, this is also required for Microsoft Teams. This is also required for Teams, translation also required. Okay, now we will come to the dial pair. To make the trunk up inside the call manager, we only need to have 2 dial pairs, but I have discussed 4 dial pairs, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So first dial pair will be a inbound leg from call manager to the CUBE. So when we dealing with the dial pairs, always think you are the CUBE or you are sitting inside the CUBE. Then you imagine a call comes from call manager. It's an inbound leg for me. Or any call comes from Microsoft Team. That's also an inbound leg for me. But a user sitting in the call manager, when he say, that is an outbound call for him. So imagine you are inside the CUBE. A call setup will come from the call manager side. That is dial pair 1. And inside the CUBE, when call received from the team side, you will be extending that call back to call manager, which is 1 and 4. So this particular integration between call manager and CUBE, you just need these 2 dial pairs, 1 and 4. So I'll only add dial pair 1 and 4 here. 2 and 3 will be in the Microsoft section. Okay. So let's add 1 and 4 and see what is inside 1. So dial pair voice 1 VoIP. Dial pair is nothing but how you route the call. It's just like how you add static routes in a routing switching domain. The same way you are adding a voice routing. So dial pair voice 1 VoIP, that's a tag number. Description inbound from CUCM. These are the calls coming from CUCM. Session protocol version SIP version 2. I'll be using SIP protocol. Incoming URI via CUCM. So what is this incoming URI via CUCM? So we created a URI called CUCM, which is this here in the beginning, right? This one. Voice class URI CUCM. Incoming calling via CUCM means any invite message comes from the call manager. If it is having a via header, that via header contains something which is a part of that CUCM group which we created, right? We created 2 IP addresses. This is that voice class. No, not this one. Yeah, voice class SIP URI, and we created 2 IP addresses, 12 and 13. So any message from the call manager, when it sends a call setup, it's ideally send a message called invite. In that invite, if you see these 2 IP addresses, accept the call. That is what this particular dial pair means. There are multiple conditions to match an inbound dial pair, but is the most highly suitable option. You have to match with a URI for inbound. That's a prime preference number 1 matching. There are 10 conditions to match inbound. I'm not discussing all of that, but this is one of the best one. So with that IP address, you will accept the call. Then you're going to ask me, where is that via coming into picture? Let me open one more document here. So this is one of the sample invite message. Okay, we can take debugs and show you. This one I have taken for the example. So any invite comes from the call manager. There will be something called via. Okay, it's a header and that contains the IP address of my call manager. In call manager perspective, it's always IP addresses. You don't see the FQDM there. That's the reason I have added IP address there. So if the phone is registered in primary call manager, you will see 12 there. If it is secondary, you will see 13 there. So these are the 2 possibilities. It can be either 12 or 13. So if my invite is this way and it sees a via header with an IP address, that's a part of my CUCM group, it will accept the call. CUCM group in the sense, this particular group we initially configured. What is that? Voice class URI. Come on. Voice class URI. Sorry, this one. So if the via belongs to this IP address, take that call. That's the meaning of my first dial pair. Is that making sense, guys? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I am tagging the codec voice class codec 1. So what is voice class codec 1? Please support these many codec. This is voice class codec 1. So I am calling these orders. So that invite message will support these many codecs. Okay. So let me.
Indication that this type of this type of function is supported by most teams.
I'm not able to hear you well. Can you say that again?
I was just asking, is there any kind of limitations that MS Teams will support only this much of only this kind of codecs or
Yeah,
well,
natively Team supports something called Silk codec, which unfortunately Cube will not support. They support Silk, G711, ALO, ULO, then G722, and some of other flavors. I don't have the list. If you Google Microsoft Teams supported codec, we'll see that. But their preference is always a Silk codec, which we don't support. So the only subset option is G711. That's the reason we are following G711.
okay, clear.
So I'll call voice class codec. So this particular dial will support that. Then there are two commands which will bind. So any message that originated or extended from the cube, all the messages will be tied up with my gigabit Ethernet 00 IP address, which is 192.168.0.11. So I'm controlling the signal. This means signal will be binded with the IP address. Media means RTP will be binded with this particular IP address. Okay, then DTMF relay RTP and T, which is dial tone. So this is the default DTMF relay. And then SRTP, I'm saying RTP should be SRTP and session transport TCP TLS. You established TLS connection. No WAD means voice activity detection, which is that if you call someone, if you are totally silent, the other guy feel like, okay, you guys are disconnected. So just to avoid that situation, it will create some background noise called some shh kind of sound. That is called WAD. So we are disabling the WAD. In voice over IP domain, we all know that it will be always clear. But in back in the day, if you don't have any voice detection, the circuit will automatically disconnect. So to avoid that, we usually use WAD, means we don't need WAD now. So this is the first dial pair. In this, when I copy paste, I don't need the SRTP and this one now because I am not establishing a secure trunk now. I am establishing only a normal trunk. So I'll copy this. Done. Then also no WAD. So added my first dial pair. Now when we go back to the diagram, this one is over. Now we need the fourth dial pair. Don't worry about 2 and 3. We will discuss that. Those are the dial pairs for Microsoft Teams. We'll discuss that. So let me go and add the fourth dial pair. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry for disturb. Like, can you please tell me that regarding the voice class server group one, which you added? Like, I didn't get that.
Voice class server group 1. Okay, let me open the ebook which I was discussing. So there is a section called CUBE. So 1 second. By the way, this is free for everyone. You can go CUBE implementation, CUBE configuration. Yeah. So this is the typical setup for CUBE. Voice class session server group is nothing but when the CUBE receives a call from ITSP or a PSTN provider, where are you sending the call? So previously there is something called session target, right? Session target will be always one IP address. But if you have two target, if your primary is down, you can send to secondary. Olden days, you have to configure multiple dial pairs to handle that. But now we can bundle all the IP addresses, all the call managers into one thing called session server group and then send the call directly to that group. It goes to the primary one. If it fails, it goes to the secondary one. So you can avoid the number of dial pair configuration. That's what session server group is all about. The same way, if ITSP giving you multiple servers, usually when you deal with ITSP like Orange or AT&T, they will tell you that we have these many providers, SIP providers. You can send your calls to these many IP address. We usually create multiple dial pairs with a destination session target, but today we can use something called server group and add all the ITSP numbers in IP addresses in that session server group and call that in your outbound dial pair. So to learn more about this, you can refer this particular document, and also if you wanted to join the other Cisco collaboration class, we'll go through all the implementation and everything. But this document pretty much explains everything. And there was one request in the polling section. They wanted to know more about SIP. That is also covered in this document, because in this call I'll not be able to explain all the stuff. But if you search for session initiation protocol, we pretty much dissect all SIP messages, like what is an invite, what is a register message, what are these field, and what is an invite message, what are the field available, what is SDP. When you see something like this, what is the meaning of that? All those things are available here as well as in my training. Okay. So at this point, if I go and discuss about this, we'll not be able to finish by tomorrow as well. So I'll move on, but you have the reference always. Okay, so first dial peer configured, and then I will go ahead and configure the last dial peer, which is accepting the call from CUBE to call manager. So dial peer for voice for VoIP, outbound to CUCM. So you think that you are inside CUBE, it is outbound to CUCM. Then this command is not required. I'm sorry about that. So I'll skip that part. Session protocol SIP version 2, of course, is a SIP dial peer. Session server group 1, since he was asking what is session server group. So once I get the call, where should I send the call? So I need to send the call to session server group. So what is inside session server group? Nothing but my subscriber servers, right? So this way you are connecting the dial peer to call manager. So we'll come back here. That is session server group. Then destination E164 pattern. So what kind of number you want to send? When you get a call, there will be always a calling number and called number, right? Calling number is the originator, called number is the destination. So we usually deal with the destination numbers when you are routing the call. So where do you want, what kind of pattern you want to send to call manager? That is what E.160. Previously it is called destination pattern, but now if we have multiple patterns, we group everything into something called E164 pattern. And E164 pattern, we will add the numbers which are relevant to that particular context. So when I route the call to the call manager, when I route the call, I'm talking about the dial peer 4. When I'm routing the call to the call manager numbers will be always like 1001, 1002, 5-digit extension starting with 1. So those kind of call I need to send to the call manager. So I'm going to instruct the CUBE that you get a call from anywhere, irrespective of the PSTN or anything. When you get a call, if the called number is 1 something something something, you extend. But here I am not saying that 1. What is the pattern? I am not mentioning. But if you closely look at the E164 pattern map here, which is, what is this? This voice class E164 pattern map. I have first pattern 1 1 dot dot. That means anything start with 1 1 and then remaining 3 digits. Totally 5 digit, send there. So tomorrow if I have another pattern, I can simply add E164 2 1 dot 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 something. So all the pattern can be added in one particular map. That will also help me to reduce the number of dial peers. Previously, your session target and destination patterns are single unique command. Based on your numbers and other thing, you have to have multiple dial peers. But today with only 4 dial peers, you can do all complex call routing. Okay. So I haven't added this. So I'll not be able to configure that. So at this point, let me add this particular command. So this is my call manager extensions added.
So
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, these three dots, so they will be adding the first 3 digits of the number or the last 3 digits?
Last digit. Anything that start with 1 1 and then followed by 3 digits.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, we'll show you a few more examples about that. So that is what the fourth dial peer session 164 pattern map. So I added the pattern map. This is the number for the map. Anything that 1 something something, you extend the call. Again, here also I'm calling the voice class codec. So I'll pick the first codec G711. Then I am binding the interface, means binding the signal and media with gigabit Ethernet 00. DTMF relay RTP and T, SRTP. I don't need SRTP currently. I don't need this command also currently. So I'll copy till here. Oh, sorry. What happens? Pick T. Okay. Added. Also no bad. So 2 dial peers got added and few of the global configuring also got added. By this time, if we go back and check our call manager trunk would be up. Let's go and see. Sometime we need to do a reset. I'll log into call manager and go to the trunk. Device trunk. Okay, it shows full service. That means your bridge between call manager and CUBE is up with 5060 port number. Okay, If I go to my topology, let's see what we have done, achieved so far. I connected these two guys together. This is what I have done with 5060 port number. Okay. Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back and see what is our next configuration task. So configure voice class URI, voice class server, session server group. All these things are configured. So let me mark this as completed. Now, now we are moving towards okay, public DNS configuration.
AJ,
Yep.
in the voice class server group, is it mandatory the same as the call manager CCM group order?
No, it shouldn't be in that way. So it can be anything, but CUBE will send to that primary one. If that goes down, it goes to secondary one. It shouldn't be like call manager group order. Okay. Now, what we do is we need to configure, we need to upgrade this trunk or migrate this trunk from a normal trunk to a secure zip trunk. Okay. For that, we need to install public certificates. And for public certificate, I also need a public FQDN. So migrating will be here. That is the 9th step. But before migrating, let me finish 6, 7, and 8. So on the point number 6, what are we doing? Public DNS configuration, mapping spc.ajcollab.com to a public IP address. So what is that? So like I said, anyone in the world, if they try to send a packet to 103, this is my public IP address, 103.94.138.238. So if it is a call or if it is an HTTP request, anything that comes to that particular IP address, it will reach till this particular guy. That's my router provided by my service provider. It will reach there. Once it reaches there, suppose Teams is sending a zip message. Teams can only send a zip message, or anyone in the world can send anything, an inbound connection to a public IP address. Of course, Teams cannot send a signal to this one because it's a private IP address. Hope you guys are aware about those public and private mapping, differences. My Microsoft Teams cannot send a call directly to this IP address because it is a private IP address. It can only send the call to a public IP address. So which is my public IP address? This guy. Okay, I can send call here. So once I reach the call, once they send the call to that public IP address, is this my CUBE? No, of course it is not my CUBE. It's a Wi-Fi device. I need to tell that guy that you send the same packet to this particular CUBE. Okay, so I am mapping my public IP address to my CUBE private IP address. Are you guys getting me what I'm talking?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Yep.
So
Yes.
yeah. So if I go to internet and type what is my IP, you can see the same IP address here, 103.94.138.238, which is nothing but my home router IP address. I bought it from the service provider. It's a static public IP address, which we need to pay extra, which is not a normal home internet. When you talk to your provider saying that, okay, I need a public IP address, they will tell you, they will give you that option to get a public IP address. So anyone who send a traffic to this one, I need to send that traffic back to my CUBE. That's called public to private mapping, called NAT, Network Address Translation. But in Microsoft Teams, we cannot configure send it to an IP address. We can only configure send it to an FQDN. So Teams can send every traffic to an FQDN. So let me draw that thing here. So what we are trying to achieve here is, this is my CUBE having an IP address of 192.168.0.11. That's a private IP address. Okay. And here is my Microsoft Teams. It will not be able to send, yeah. So here is my public IP device, which is 10.103. Blah, 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 blah. It's my Wi-Fi router. This IP given by provider. So I can tell Microsoft Teams that you send all the calls to this IP address. But again, Microsoft Teams will not accept that IP address kind of configuration. All they accept is an FQDN. So I need to instruct my Microsoft Teams. If you want to send calls to this cube, you need to send to an FQDN. Okay. That should be a public FQDN. That means from your home, if you try sbc.ajcollab.com, you should be able to reach my router. Okay. Internally, I know how to do that thing because I have a local DNS server here. Inside the local DNS, I can add one DNS entry so that all my internal guys are able to reach my cube with FQDN. That resolves a private IP address and reach. So this is FQDN internally. What happens? I have an entry called SBC that resolves to this IP address directly. But when we talk about public, because the entire session is internet, entire section is internet side. So when we talk about public IP address, I cannot say that use my internal DNS server because you guys don't have access to my internal server, right? We have to buy something called a domain name from a provider. GoDaddy is a domain name provider. Namecheap is another domain name provider. I need to approach them. I need to ask, hey guy, I need a domain name. Then you pay some amount. Probably they will charge you 100 rupees for one domain name. I'll show you how to buy that. So I need to go and approach one public domain provider. They are ready to give me a domain name. They call it as public registrar. So go to that public registrar, request for a domain name. Then rest of the things I need to configure inside. Why am I doing this? Because I need to inform my Microsoft Teams that you send the traffic to an FQDN. I should have control of that FQDN. This FQDN resolves that into this IP address. This is the only way others can reach my home. Are you getting that flow? Or confused?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So let me go to GoDaddy, which is one of the domain provider. I think it's 600 rupees for one domain name per month. Sorry, per year. You can go to their homepage and then search for, say for example, vjcollab.com or any other domain name. If you want to buy, you get that and pay the amount. You will have that ownership for 1 year. So the domain that you purchase like this will have global control. Like anybody can send anything to this ajcollab.com, which I'll be showing you in a moment. So what I'm telling is inside AJCollab is a mapping. Inside the AJCollab, I need to add an entry called SBC. That's called a record. This is the same way how I manage internal DNS, right? You can correlate with that. In internal is a Windows DNS server. I can go and add a record. This is external, which is public domain provider. This is the way we add. They give an interface that we can go there and add. I need to add an error code and the value will be SBC and it should resolve to my IP address. This is my IP address. I need to add it here. The TTL can be default one. Then you save it. I'm not saving it because I have already added. Since DNS change takes some time to reflect. That's the reason before the session itself I added it so that it will be replicated. Okay. So usually it takes some time. Maybe it takes 24 to 48 hours. So just to avoid that, I added the same entry. That's the reason I'm not clicking yes. Otherwise I would have clicked yes. So currently what you're doing is anything in the anyone in the world try to access sbc.ajcollab.com, they ideally get this particular IP address. To check that, I'll go to my laptop DNS server, sorry, laptop CMD. So this laptop is not from the corporate domain. It's not a lab device. It's an external thing. Or you can try from your system currently. NS lookup sbc.ajcollab.com. See, sbc.ajcollab.com resolves to 103.94.138.238. This is from external, but the same lookup if you do from internal, you will see the private IP address, right? So what happens there is the same domain name sbc.ajcollab.com. Internally it resolves to private IP address. Externally it resolves to a public IP address. Does that make sense?
Yes, Abdul.
Okay. So you guys can try the same thing. Okay, you open up your laptop and then go to nslookup and type the sbc.ajcollab.com. You will see this IP address, which is my home IP address. So you can reach there. But what if once you reach there, after you reach there, where you should go? Ideally, I need to point that to my cube router, right? That's the thing I need. So, and so now you guys are coming up and landing in my router. So when you ping that from internet, you are from internet. When you NS lookup, it comes to this FQDN. GoDaddy will take care of that, mapping the FQDN to my router's public IP address. Now inside my router, I need to tell any traffic come for HTTP or SIP, send it to my cube. Why am I using HTTP? That is not required, but that is to test, because to test the communication, you can simply open a browser and enter the FQDN. If you are getting a page, that's when the connection is okay. That's the only reason I'm adding HTTPS there. You don't need to, but just for the sake of the lab testing, I'm adding HTTP. You only need to tell anyone who comes to this particular IP address with a port number of 5061, send that to cube. This is called NATing or port forwarding. In a normal router, we call it a port forwarding. In traditional enterprise world, they call it as one-to-one NATing. So you need to talk to your, when you're implementing this inside your organization, you need to talk to your network team saying that your cube requires a public IP address. So they can give you public IP address in two fashion. One, they directly assign the public IP address in this router. So in that case, you don't need this NATing or anything. That is rare. Otherwise, what they do is they will give you a public IP address with a NATed one-to-one NATed format. So they will ask what are the communication you want to allow to that public IP address. You tell only 5061, which is secure SIP. That's the only connection we accept from here, 5061. You don't need anything. But I have added HTTP, which is 443. The reason I have added 443 is just to check whether the cube is reachable from externally or not. After the checking, I can disable that as well. Okay. So with that, what I'm going to do is I need to configure this guy here. What is it? This guy, my home router. I will inform the home router, any SIP traffic comes, you send it to cube. Any HTTP traffic comes, you send it to cube. And any RTP comes, that also you send to cube. So RTP will deal later. So let's get the signaling first. So my home router is this 192.168. What is it? Yeah. 0.1. This is a TP-Link router. And if I go to TP-Link router, advanced, NAT forwarding, port forwarding, I need to add an entry here. Let me call it as SIP-S. Okay. And device IP address. What is the device IP address? Which is my cube. Who is providing SIP security, secure SIP support in my network? Which is my cube. So 192.168.0.11. External port number, SIP-S external port number will be 5061. Internal port number 5061. So I need to add this and click save, which is already added. So I'm not saving it. I'll show you. This is what the cube secure SIP 5061 external, 5061 internal. Go to this IP. So at this point, anyone initiate a SIP message to my public IP address. This particular router is holding that public IP address. It understands I need to send to my internal IP address, which is my cube IP address. Okay. The same way, HTTPS I need to add. So cube HTTPS. Who is providing the HTTPS service for testing? My cube again. Go to external port, which is 443. Internal port 443. So anyone who tries to access https://sbc.ajcollab.com, they will ideally land in my router. Okay. So I'm only allowing two communication. That means nobody from external, they will not be able to establish SSH connection or any other connection to my cube. Only a secure SIP connection as well as HTTPS connection. These two. RTP we will discuss later when we do the end-to-end calling. So at this point, I am enabling port forwarding for HTTPS and SIP-S. The same screenshot I have given here as well. These are the things. This is for RTP. This is for secure SIP and this is for HTTPS. Again, HTTPS is only for this particular testing. You can remove that post testing because exposing HTTPS is not a good idea. Only secure SIP is needed. Are we good at this point?
Justin, the ping is not working for sbc.ajcollab.com.
Of course, ping is what? It's an ICMP package. I'm not allowing ping. I'm only allowing HTTPS. So if you guys want to test that, open your web browser, then type https://sbc.ajcollab.com, sbc.ajcollab.com. Why is it? Just a moment. Yeah, HTTP, I haven't enabled HTTP in the router. So to enable HTTP in the router, there is a command called config t IP HTTP secure server. Okay. Now let's go back and try the same thing. sbc.ajcollab.com from external. Yeah. So you're getting a warning here. Of course, I haven't installed any certificate. That's the reason you're getting warning. But at least you are seeing that. Okay, we'll install the certificate. That is our next topic. After installing certificate, we will come back here and try this again so that I'll be able to log in. You guys also will be able to log in. Okay. So let's hold on that process. This is only to test. As long as you are getting this warning from your laptop currently, that means you are able to reach my SBC inside my home. Okay. So we'll finish the certificate installation part, then we'll come back and log in again. So at least is this good? That mapping. First we need to get an FQDN from GoDaddy. So go to GoDaddy by that ajcollab.com, the primary domain there. Then add an entry called error code, which is sbc.ajcollab.com. That resolves to the public IP address. You can reach the public IP address. So inside the public IP address, you can configure a port forwarding so that you can reach your internal cube. Make sense?
But this seems, sir, I do have one doubt.
Yep.
So basically, on a real environment, there will be firewall in between the
Yes.
CUCM and
Yes.
the router, right?
Yeah.
So and the port will be on the firewall, right?
Yeah. So whatever operation I have done, this is my firewall. Okay. In home router, that acts as a firewall as well. In your enterprise network, this will be a firewall itself. The way that I configure with a GUI, right? It will be another GUI or a command line in a production network. But idea is the same. You are doing basically the same thing. Okay. That is the reason I have added this as a firewall configuration. Okay. Public IP address and NAT configuration, port forwarding. Okay. I did it in my TP-Link router because it acts as a firewall as well. But in a production network, all you see there is a NAT device or a firewall device. It could be a Cisco ASA firewall, Fortinet, or anything. So the way you need to talk to their network engineers and tell them this is what I'm trying to achieve. Just to demonstrate this session, I have to go with my router. I don't have Fortinet firewall or Palo Alto firewall. So this is the way you configure it. Make sense?
Okay.
So no worries. So what we have done is we bought a domain name, which is ajcollab.com, and added an entry SBC that resolves to the public IP address. We also added the firewall configuration inside the firewall. Let's say firewall, that is firewall itself. That will take care of routing all HTTP and SIP traffic. Of course, ping will not work because ping is an ICMP traffic. It comes to the router and it drops there because I'm not instructing the router or the firewall. Okay, let me call it as a firewall. I'm not instructing the firewall to accept ICMP packet. I'm denying it. It is not accepting any other packet, only accept SIP-S and HTTPS. Make sense? Okay. So with that, let us configure the SSL certificate here. So why we need to have SSL certificate? Because this particular connection, when we are building, this will support only secure SIP, which is 5061. So for that, we need to have an SSL certificate installed here. So what is again SSL certificate? It's called PKI infrastructure, public key infrastructure. If you go back and watch the video, you'll pretty much understand what is that SSL handshake process, which is this video. What is that? The CUCM guide is there, right? One moment, guys. Yeah. Call manager, sorry, helpful link. Yeah. In the last section, there is a section called helpful links. In that, you can see CUCM CUBE, SIP trunking, mixed mode, CTL, this one. CUBE SSL certificate installation process. If you watch this video, in that I'll be explaining what is SSL handshake process. It's a server hello, client hello, certificate exchange, how you can actually see that and how you can implement the same thing on the CUBE. So I'm not explaining the theoretical part of PKI infrastructure, but I'll be doing the practical installation of a certificate inside the CUBE. So what we are currently doing is we will be going and approaching a certificate provider and getting a certificate and installing it on the CUBE. Okay. So are we okay with this process? You got what I'm going to do? I hope yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where in the part number 6, part 6. So here we will be installing a certificate. So first thing, you need to configure the same domain name inside your router. So I'm adding this command. Let me clean this up. Just a second. So IP domain name ajcollab.com, copy, added. Then crypto key 0 is RSA. So whenever you install a router, there will be something called a predefined or self-generated certificate or self-signed certificate. To see that, you can use this command show crypto key my pub key RSA, and you can see that private key there. Okay, sorry, public key there. This will be always there. It shouldn't be like a fancy name like SBC RSA key, because I have played with it. That's the reason that name. When you install a fresh router, of course, your SSH connection is nothing but a TLS connection. So it should have a certificate by default available. So there'll be a certificate for sure. That's the reason you will see a key there. You can use that key. That means you need to copy that key name. Or if you are installing fresh, you can completely ignore this key. That's where this particular command does. Crypto key 0 is RSA. That means the existing RSA key, you clean it off. You don't need to have any key. But keep in mind, if you're doing it in a production, the moment you enter this command, 0 is command, your SSH session, the active session will be maintained, but nobody will be able to establish a new connection, because for SSH you need to have a certificate. You are technically erasing the entire certificate from the router. So let us see that also. I'll open one more session. Where is my putting? Okay. Then I'll try to log into this, my CUBE IP address. I'll double click here after 0icing. Currently I can log in, right? That's where I logged in. Also, the active session will be maintained for some time. Okay. Within some time, you need to come back and do a few more configurations so that you can regain the SSH back. So I'll copy this command, crypto key 0 is RSA. So it's gonna delete the public and private key pairs. They are asking yes or no. I'll put yes. It's gone. Now at this point, if somebody else trying to log into the router, they will see something called network connection refused, because I don't have any certificate to present for the SSH, but the active connection is there for some time. Okay, some time means maybe 20-15 minutes. So within that 20-15 minutes, you need to generate new key, which is this command, crypto key generate RSA. It's an RSA key, and the label will be SBC RSA key. You can put any name here. You can even put your name there, and it should be exportable. We can export that key. So let me copy this command. That will create a new key there, and immediately I am saying IP SSH RSA key pair. You need to use same RSA key for my SSH connection so that I can regain my SSH back. Let me highlight this name here. Okay. So let me copy this command, IP SSH RSA key pair. Okay. I ended. Now if I try to do one more SSH, I should be good. See, I'm getting the authentication warning. This means that certificate got changed. It's okay. I can still accept and log in. When you're doing this in the production, first you initiate this key, that show crypto key my pub key. If you find a proper key here, you can use that. If it is a normal router not used for anything else, you need to create a new key pair. So I have explained both of the option. What is the creating existing means you can skip this step. If you want to create new, these are the steps to create a key pair. Are we good? Good.
So, Jasim, how did it create? We just named the new key as SBC RSA key. But how did it get that details like the public?
Yeah, this is the command show crypto PKI publicly RSA. So if I type that command, I will be able to see that. This is just the key. Okay, so in PKI infrastructure, public key infrastructure, there will be two keys called public and private key, and you will be generating a CSR based on these two public key, and that CSR will be get signed by a CA with the same public key. All these keys are interconnected using Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Those are too much into the engineering depth. I'm not going there, but few things I have explained in my video. If you wanted to understand what is PKI infrastructure, you can go there and refer it. But for a production setup, this is what we know. This is what we do. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so till here we completed. Now I am going to install a certificate. So the process of installing a certificate, irrespective of any server, is this way. Okay, so you have a server here. In my case, this is our CUBE. Okay, and you are planning to install SSL certificate. Okay, so there will be a provider, SSL provider. We call it as public CA. Internally also you can have a CA, internal CA, they can also provide certificate. But in this case, my CUBE router is exposed towards internet. I cannot get a CA from these guys, so I'm not going with this option. I'll be always approaching an external certificate provider. In my case, that is Namecheap. Okay. I'll also show you how to buy that Namecheap SSL. But before going to them, I need to generate something called Certificate Signing Request. We call it as CSR. So what is CSR? Now we see a key, right? A public key and a private key. Using a Diffie-Hellman algorithm or some form of encryption algorithm, they will generate a string of characters that is called CSR, Certificate Signing Request. And you need to give the CSR to your CA. That's the second process. This is the first process and this is the second process. And once you give that to them, they will give you two things. Okay. They will give you identity certificate and they will give you their bundle, root bundle. We call it as root bundle. Okay. And first you need to install this root bundle. You need to install this root bundle in your device, then install the identity certificate in your bundle. Then only the circle will be complete. This is the process of installing SSL certificate. How the architecture works and TLS handshake process. You can watch that video because it's little lengthy. You need to understand the session server hello, client hello, and certificate process. But for doing this, you at least need to know this. You need to generate something called CSR, approach a CA, give that CA to them because that is a certificate signing request. They will sign it and give you an identity certificate. Identity certificate is nothing but your own certificate. Okay. And a root bundle means you are trusting the root guys. Root guys means you are trusting the Namecheap. And first you need to install the trust bundle. Then you need to install the identity certificate. So once this is clear, let's go back and generate the CSR. So inside CUBE, when you have any certificate stored, we call it as trust store. Okay. So if you want to add a certificate there is no option of like in Call Manager where you can go and upload as a trust or anything. You create a store and you need to mention what is the purpose of that store. Okay. So here I am creating a store. The store name is called SBC Cert Store. This is the store. And enrollment terminal is nothing but I will be pasting the certificate content in the terminal itself. You can upload through SFTP, FTP or TFTP, but the simplest way is to paste it through the terminal itself. So I am mentioning that the enrollment method or installing certificate on this store. Store is like a folder. You imagine it's a folder. So I'll be pasting that value in the SSS terminal. That's what session enrollment terminal. And every certificate signing request will contain something called a common name and FQDN. FQDN is nothing but our CUBE FQDN. And common name is called SBC. Same FQDN will be the common name, which is CN. OU and O are optional. Again, why am I adding this? Because when you go and purchase any SSL certificate, based on your authentication level, or if you want to only verify your CN, there'll be a price for the SSL certificate. Or if you want to verify your organization as well as OU, you need to pay some extra amount to the certificate provider. So I have a basic version of SSL certificate. Guys who are doing the lab, there is a free option also available. You can go to 0 SSL and they will give you almost 20 times certificate issuance. Like you can issue 1, 2, 3 and then like that you can reach up to 20. Once you reach the upper scale of 20 generation, then they will tell you, okay, we are done with the free option. You can generate another one. That option is also available and discussed in the video. But currently I'll be doing a paid option, which is called Namecheap certificate. First, I need to generate the CSR, then we'll go to the Namecheap. So while generating the CSR, my important stuff is always this one, common name, that is needed. But these are optional. Based on your security level, you can increase, means you can add this. But I believe in best practice configuration. That's the reason I added everything. OU is nothing but organizational unit. I put collaboration there. O is nothing but AJ collab. So organization is AJ collab. Unit is collaboration. your common name is sbc.ajcollab.com. And this is also optional field, subject alt name. So every certificate, there will be something called common name. Okay, instead of doing that, let me just show you. Okay, where is my Internet Explorer? If I go to cisco.com, oh, okay. Okay, so if I go to cisco.com here and click on this lock symbol, I can see their certificate. So this is the SSL certificate which is installed the web server of Cisco. Looking at the certificate, I can easily tell that it is issued to Cisco and it is issued by Hydrant ID server, which is the CA. I was talking about an SSL provider, name cheap, right? The same way, a lot of providers, Cisco has purchased the SSL from the Hydrant ID server. That's their certification authority or external CA. It is issued to Cisco. And if you go to the details tab and go to subjects, you can see your, sorry, not in subject. Where is that? Sorry, yeah, here it is. Subject itself, you can see something called common name CN. So this particular certificate is issued to cisco.com, organization Cisco System INC, location San Jose, then S is what, state California, country US. So all these fields you can add there. In my case, I'm only adding OU and O, or if you want to add L location, you can put a comma and add L as well. Okay. So that is how the values in a certificate. And they also have something called subject alternative names in the certificate. These are the subject alternative names. That is nothing but you can use the same certificate for these websites as well. Static.cisco.com, cloud.cdn.cisco.com, mediafile.cisco.com, cloud cdn something.com, stage cloud. So the same certificate can be installed on all these servers. This is what subject alternative names. So subject name is what, where it is installed. I can also install in all other subject alternative names. For installing inside Cube, I can skip that subject alt name, but if it is needed, I can add that subject alt name. This is what this command, okay? Subject alt name. Then serial number none, because if I'm not entering this command, the moment I enter the generate key, it will ask, do you want to add the serial number in the certificate? Of course, adding serial number inside the certificate is not a best practice. So I selected adding serial number none, and also IP address none. The reason again, when you generate the CSR, it will prompt you, do you want to add IP address details in the certificate signing request? I don't need IP address details because in future, who knows, I will change my IP address. So I'll select IP address none and serial number none. Then revocation check none. That means every certificate will have a revocation policy that the authority can revoke that certificate. So if I do revocation check enable, it will always constantly checking whether the certificate is revoked or not. If I use no, then it will not check. Once I get the certificate, I'll trust the certificate. Then every certificate trust store should have a mathematical relation with the private key, which I was talking, right? Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So this is where I'm linking that connection. Here I have generated the key. The key name is SBC.SBC key. And I'm telling you, the router, that use this particular key for your certificate. Okay. Was that too much of information, guys?
This is
No,
a
it
private
is really helpful.
SBC is private key.
Yes, right. So the private key and public key and the CSR and the public, the actual certificate, everything will be linked based on the Diffie-Hellman algorithm, some mathematical relation. How it links when we enter this command, this is what happening in the backend. Is that clear, guys? What I'm trying to do now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Abdul.
Ajay, we'll get this key while show crypto key my public key RSA, right?
Yes.
We'll see the same key SBC
Yes.
RSA.
Yeah. If you guys already have the key, issue this command, show crypto key my pub key RSA, then you will see something like this when you initiate that command. Okay. Inside that you can see where is it? I will initiate
Some key.
Copy. Okay. So you can see the key name here. Where is it? Yeah. SBC RSA key. Dot server you can skip. This is where you identify the key name. So if you have something else there, and you are ignoring the previous command, like you are not deleting the existing key, you can still use that, but while generating this stuff, you mention that name here. Okay.
We need to mention the default key.
Yes, the default key name. When you go and try this in your router, you will see some different weird name. So use that weird name, or if you want a clean configuration, you can create on your own, which is what I have done. Okay. So I'll copy this. This is basically create a place to store the key certificate. So it does not give me any certificate CSR. It is not doing anything. It's just creating a folder. Config T, added. Okay. Now this is the next step. Generate the CSR, which I was talking right in the diagram. If you see, we need to generate the CSR. CSR is nothing but a text content. So to generate CSR, this is the command: crypto PKI enroll and your store name. Okay. So when you enter that command, based on all these values which you entered in the trust store, it will create a CSR, certificate signing request, which you can display on the terminal itself. So keep in mind this command. There is also a similar command called authenticate, which we will discuss later. So enroll will be for generating the CSR. So let me copy this and I will reset this terminal so that you guys can see it. Alert me if my video is hiding your stuff. Clear set terminal. Okay. Config T. Doing it. So they are asking me, do you want to display the certificate? Yes. Certificate signing request, CSR. So this is my CSR. All I need to do is copy the CSR from here till here. Okay. I'll keep it in my notepad here. Now they're saying redisplay, means do you want to see again? No, I don't need. So I click enter. So I got my CSR. The next process is approaching a certificate provider. It can be a Hydrant ID CA or anything in the market who can provide SSL certificate. So the cheapest and cheapest option is 0 SSL. So those links are available here. In the document guide, you can see 0 SSL. So you go there, create an account and then supply the CSR, you will get a certificate. I have exhausted that free limit. Then I went ahead and purchased a certificate from Namecheap SSL. So let me go there. Which one I can close? So I have a lot of things here. Okay, this one I can close. So Namecheap SSL, once you go and purchase SSL, they will ask you the server FQDN. Anything when you purchase for SSL, they will only ask you the server FQDN. You need to supply the server FQDN while purchasing it. I did the purchase already. So that step I cannot show you, but it's easy. You go ahead and submit your sbc.ajclub.com and select one plan from them and then buy it. So this one currently shows I have a positive SSL. They do have many more SSL options. So if I go to their SSL certificate, positive SSL, that gives you domain validation. That proves that I am the owner of ajclub.com. That's all it does. Then essential SSL is like domain name for a single domain. Okay, leave it. Multi-domain. Yeah, this is what I was talking. It will give you, sorry, is it organization, single domain? Yeah. This will give you domain validation as well as your organization validation, which means that OU, right? So if you're a banking sector or something, if they want more advanced level of encryption, you can go with a higher level of certificates. I have used positive SSL. That's the cheapest one available. And Microsoft supports that. You don't have any problem with that. So I purchased it. You can click buy now. Only you need to supply is sbc.ajclub.com. That's it. Or whatever FQDN you are planning to give. So this is the purchase interface. Once you have already procured, you will get something like this. I have it issued it already. Like I issued replace, issue, replace. I was doing some labs. So I'll show you how to issue a new one. So I need to go to reissue and they will ask you what is your CSR. They are asking you to enter the CSR. So we already generated the CSR from router, right? So copy it and then paste it here. They will validate the CSR. This cannot be changed because when I purchase the SSL certificate, it will be tagged with a domain name. That's how I purchase it. So this is correct. I supplied my CSR. I click next. Now the Namecheap guys are asking, can you prove that you are the owner of this particular domain? This ajclub.com owned by me. Otherwise anybody can generate any certificate, right? And they will give you multiple methods to validate that. So you can add a CNAME, or you can receive an email to a mail address which is listed here. So they will send an email to admin@ajcollab.com or administrator@ajcollab.com, or some predefined templates are there. To verify this way, you should have a proper email account with this one. Otherwise, you go with add a CNAME record. So they will give you a CNAME which you can authenticate. So I will show you the email method. CNAME is also easy. It's not that complicated. Since it is much more faster, I will go and select the email method, and I am the owner of admin@ajcollab.com. Anything that anyone sends to admin@ajcollab.com, I will receive it on my Gmail. So that's how I configured my mail servers in the backend. So I can go ahead and click next. Now they're saying, okay, admin.ajcollab.com, we will send a confirmation link to admin.ajcollab.com to prove that you are the owner of the domain. Click submit. That is done. All I need to look for my email. You log in there. I'll show you the email here as well. Haven't received.
AJ, can we use any CA certificate? I mean, the CA which we use needs to be in the trusted list of Microsoft Teams, right?
Microsoft trusts almost all the certificates.
Okay.
So,
the one which you mentioned, which is free, even
yeah, they trust that. Yeah.
that is
Yeah. Even
okay.
though if it is free SSL, that is signed by a different organization which Microsoft already trusts. That free option also works for you, but the validity of the free one, 0 SSL, will be 3 months. So you need to renew every 3 months. Okay. So it's easy. You just enter your domain name and create an account. You will do the same process. You supply the CSR, get the certificate. So I supplied the CSR. Till that point I have done. And I was waiting for my email, and I received the email. This is what it is. Sectigo. So they are saying domain control validation for sbc.ajcollab.com. To prove that you are the owner of ajcollab.com, all you need to copy this string and click the link, paste it. Click next. Thank you. Close the window. Your authentication is done. You proved that you are the owner of ajcollab.com. Now, once you go to SSL Namecheap back, and if you refresh, you will actually see the certificate. It shows status active. You can download the certificate from here. So irrespective of the CA, the process might be different. If you are approaching GoDaddy for SSL certificate, the way that you do might be different, but the whole process is the same. You take the CSR, submit to the CA, get the certificate. It can be a different way. They authenticate you, they send you an email, or they make a call, or they will ask you to add some DNS entries. It could be different, but the whole process will be the same. You can do pretty much the same thing from 0 SSL if you're doing a lab and you don't want to pay for the SSL certificate, which is like 3,000 rupees in a year or something. You can use the free SSL option while doing the lab. Okay. So I got the certificate back. Did I download that? Yeah, I downloaded it. So let's go and open and see what is inside the certificate. Okay. The CSR window I'm closing because I don't need this anymore. This also I'll close. Okay. So this is the certificate which I received. I'll extract that and open it. So there'll be two things. I was saying about two things, right? They gave me three. Let's see why. So sbc.ajcollab.com CRT. This is the identity certificate. This is the certificate of the router or the cube. How do I know that? Because when you open the certificate, you can see it is issued to the server and issued by Sectigo. Though the name is Namecheap, they have tie up with Sectigo in the backend, and Sectigo is the service provider. They give SSL to Namecheap and they will supply to us with some contract basis or something. Anyway, so issuer is the Sectigo. So ideally my public CA is Sectigo. Though I call it as Namecheap CA, it is coming from Sectigo. It's okay. Anyway, it's a provider. They gives me the certificate. It is issued to sbc.ajcollab.com. And if I go to details tab and subjects, I can see what is subject. Am I missing subject here? Yeah, subject here. I can see sbc.ajcollab.com. Though I have given OU and other stuff here, This particular SSL certificate only support domain validation. That's the reason I see only CN here. Otherwise, I would have seen OU, OL, and other stuff. But this is enough for our testing, and that is enough for production as well. Okay, you don't need to buy a costly certificate. Now, again, if I go to the certification path, so this is called the root architecture. Like every CA, they will not issue certificate to you directly. They will see there will be an intermediate CA server, and for that intermediate, other intermediate will be there. For that, there will be a root CA, because to make the layer more secure, because anyone who hacks the root CA, it can hack the entire certificate chain. So usually we keep the CA, the root CA separately from internet, and to issue certificate, we'll have some subordinate or sub CAs. So this is my sub CA 1, sub CA 2, and this is the root CA. Wherever I am installing the certificate, first I need to make a trust relation with this 3 bundle. Okay, I need to tell my Cisco router or the cube that you trust these 3 guys. Then I will give you the certificate. That is what the 2 installation process, right? If I go to my diagram, I said they will give me 2 things. Okay. I supplied it. So they gave me one identity certificate and another root bundle. Okay, so where is that root bundle? So this is nothing but the root bundle. They call it as root bundle. Unfortunately, we cannot open it in a normal Windows certificate viewer. If it is CRT or CR, we can open it. This has come as a CA bundle file, but we don't need to open it in a Windows CRT. Sorry. Okay, good. So I'm going to open this in a text editor. So I can see the bundle here. So it shows begin certificate, end certificate. This is one of the sub CA. Guys, are you asking any question? Okay. If you're not talking, please mute yourself. And this is begin certificate, end certificate, another CA. So usually there will be a form of multiple CAs, right? So you are embedding everything into one bundle. That is what your CA bundle. So in the router, you need to install this bundle first. So what is the command to install the bundle? This is that command. Crypto PKI authenticate and the store name. Okay, so store, I said it is a folder, and I am placing this trust bundle inside my folder. Is that clear? Let's copy this. Crypto PKI.
Is this what something known as ACS certified being done?
Can you repeat that again?
Is this something which is known as ACS certification done from Microsoft?
No. This is normally the certificate installation process. I don't know what you're referring ACS. I don't know, maybe. So if I'm not able to answer your question, I'll do one thing. So in the main portal, there is a section here called unanswered webinar questions. So I will add it here. So let me take that question. ACS, right?
Yeah, ACS. So because Microsoft have too many systems like Teams and SBCs and everything. So
I will look through that. I haven't heard the name, so I'm sorry about that. But definitely I'll check what is this, and the answer will be available within few days here. Okay. Okay, let me go on. So you have the router here, and you are building the trust relation, right? Trust relation means you are adding the trust bundle inside your trust store. So this is what the command is. So crypto PKI, authenticate, and the trust store name. Now they're asking, can you paste the content here? Let me go ahead and copy the bundle content, Control A, Control C, and paste it. Done. Do you want to accept the certificate? Of course, yes, I accept it. So that means what you have done currently is the bundle you trusted. Now the Cisco router trust the bundle given by the name chip. Now I need to install the actual certificate, right? So if I go to the folder, this is the actual certificate ending with CRT. You can ignore the other one. This is another form of bundle. So this is the actual certificate. So open it in Notepad++. This is the certificate. Now I'll be using another command to install that, which is import. So authenticate and import. Authenticate means you are pasting the trust bundle. Import means you are actually pasting the real certificate. So copy this thing. Paste it here. Now they will ask you to copy your actual certificate contents. Pasted it here. Done. Then if you see router certificate successfully imported, you are good. So you properly installed the certificate there. So at this point, from your browser, if you, okay, one more thing I need to add. To view the certificate, I'll come back and view here. I wanted to tell any SIP connection that originates or terminates here in the Cisco router, you need to use this certificates. Ideally, this trust store, the trust store is having actual certificate, CSR, public key, private key, and everything. So you need to use that store for SIP signaling. That is what this command does. SIP UA, crypto key signaling default trust point, and the trust point name. So I'll add that. And I'll also tell anyone who initiate HTTP traffic, right? HTTP secure traffic, you need to use the same certificate so that when you browse sbc.ajcollab.com inside your browser at home, inside your home, you will be seeing a proper certificate which I have installed. So let me copy this. By the way, this is the way you enable HTTP server inside the router. And I'm saying to log in, you need to use local account. If you have a AAA configuration, you can use that as well. But let's make it simple. I will add that. So I have done everything. To test that, I can go to my browser. Then I will simply type https://sbc.ajcollab.com. And if you are seeing a prompt with this login, let me enter the local user ID and password. You are success. Anybody in the world can access this currently. You will land in the router which is currently running in behind my rack. And if I open this one, this particular logo, I can see this is the certificate, but I don't like the interface of Google Chrome. So let me paste this one in Edge browser. I'll go back to my server. While entering something in Edge, there is a problem here. Just a moment, guys. I will disable that IE security. Not Edge browser, Internet Explorer. Okay. Internet Explorer. If I open the same thing in my Internet Explorer, click this certificate, because this is the certificate presented to me when I try to access the server, right? And I can see it is issued to sbc.ajcollab.com. This is the same thing which we downloaded and installed. So we installed this certificate, right? This is what we installed, and this is what we got when I browse. How to validate these two are same. Go to details and serial number. You can see same serial number on both. This means that the certificate installation inside my CUBE router is success. The public IP address mapping towards FQDN is also success. That's the reason now you guys are able to access. I hope you guys can try this and access it. The credential which won't be possible, I will not give the credential. Yeah, but at least you are getting the login prompt, right? You can click on that log symbol. Guys, can you hear me? I have an internet problem here.
Yes.
Yeah,
There is a glitch for a while. Now it's okay.
Okay, is it okay now?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so when you browse sbc.ajcollab.com, you will see the same thing. Login, I'm not sharing the login password, but at least you can see the prompt and you can click on the log symbol and see the certificate. So this is the way you validate the certificate installation. That's the only reason I have allowed that HTTPS in the beginning. Okay, so now I'm okay with HTTPS. I'm okay with installation of certificate. I can disable my HTTPS from the router as well as from the port forwarding stuff. Out of the interest of time, I'm not doing that now. It's okay. I can have that HTTPS also running, no problem. But recently there is some bug in iOS router with HTTP. So if you're running it, disable it. That's fine. Okay. So any question in the certificate installation, guys?
No.
Okay. So this is mandatory.
This one question. This bundle, the certificate which we call bundle, this is same as the root certificate, right?
Yes. So root will, like I said, if I open this one, this guy only have multiple root, right? 1, 2, 3. This is root, this is intermediate root, and this is sub CA. Okay, intermediate CA or sub CA. So merge of all these three is nothing but this bundle. So if you open that, you can see 3 there. Begin certificate, another begin certificate, another begin certificate. So merge of everything, they give you a single file, you are installing it. It's common for almost all public CA. I have experimented with GoDaddy, Namecheap, and then the Zero SSL. They give you these two. Okay. So,
so here we can see that it's something different when we compare with CMS, when we create the CSR for CMS servers or Express servers. The private key is generated when we are creating a CSR,
yeah.
like the CMS or the Express. But here we can see the approach is something different. The private key is being generated first, and then
yeah,
we are
that's the
creating
way
a
they install the OpenSSL. Basically, they all work in the OpenSSL in the back. That's the way you generate CSR and other stuff. So the way you implement OpenSSL and router or a Linux box might be different. That's up to the engineers who is designing that particular architecture or the server.
So when we install the certificate, the identity certificates, so still which private key will be like waiting?
The one that we tagged in the trust store. So that's the reason this mapping, right? We have a trust store and we are mapping the RSA key pair as this one. So ideally this, when you generate this one, there will be a public key generated. Along with that, there will be a private key also generated, but private key will be kept secret always. It will be there.
So it's the certificate store. This is that particular folder that we have created, that the trust store will be used both for defining the SAN names and also used for creating the CSR.
Yes, you're right. Basically, we are supplying the SAN name and subject name to the CSR, right? So we are adding it everything. It's used for generating the CSR. It's also used for storing the certificates. Okay. Now, when I go back to my
Abdul, I have a question.
Yes.
So if I want to renew the certificate, do I need to follow the same process? Or
yes. Yes. Renewing certificate in Cisco router is so, what do you call, a shitty task. You have to do this all over again. There is nothing like you renew and then do stuff.
Got it. So I need to remove all those stuffs I have done and
trust
I need
store,
to
yeah. Yeah, you need to remove the trust store, add the trust store back again with a new certificate.
Okay, that zero eyes, that command will remove
zero eyes, you can keep it, but the trust store, if you want to remove any certificate, you need to remove this command. Trust store you need to remove, add the trust store again with the same key pair.
With the same key pair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No props. So if we come back here, so the current setup is, we have this connection already built. Now you build the trust relation with an external CA, right? You install the actual certificate and root bundle. Ideally, you are building that trust relation with an external CA. Okay. So now your router is good. We also validated everything. Let's go back and see the configuration stuff. Installing SSL certificate. Okay, let me use this color. We are done with installing SSL certificate. Now, another thing which we need to do is, when the Microsoft team sending anything to CUBE, their certificate provider is Baltimore and DigiCert. Baltimore is the current one, but sooner or later they will be replacing that Baltimore with a DigiCert. Okay, they release some document. Whenever you have this thing, you also update the DigiCert inside your trust store. So we will be doing both. Any connection that comes from the Microsoft, they also did the same way. They have generated the CSR, they gave it to a Baltimore and they install those certificates, which we don't need to do. They have done it already. But our router, do I know who is Baltimore? No, I don't know who is Baltimore, and the router doesn't know who is DigiCert as well. So I need to tell my router that when anything that comes from Baltimore and DigiCert, you trust it. Okay, you're not getting any certificate or anything from them, but any certificate that comes from them, you validate and trust it. So for that, you need to build a relation or the trust relation between you and the DigiCert guys or the Baltimore guys. You're basically creating an SSL trust between your CUBE and your Baltimore trust certificate. How do I do that? For that, I need to create another trust store. Okay. We did this. We did this. Okay. We did this as well. Yeah, here. So for Baltimore, I'm creating another trust store. But if you see this trust store and previous trust store, here I have a lot of other CN and other stuff, right? Because that is used to generate my own certificate, CSR and everything. But this one particularly only for holding that Microsoft certificate. So I just created trust point, enrollment terminal and revocation none. And when I say enrollment terminal, it is like paste the certificate content here in the terminal. So to do this, you need to have the certificate from Microsoft. So if you go to Microsoft documentation, you can download these two things, Baltimore certificate and DigiCert certificate. Let me open Baltimore. If you look at this will
be only adding the trust certificate here.
Yes, only adding trust certificate. Okay.
Identity.
Yeah. No identity, because identity is only one. SBC is only one. You have that identity that is taken care. Now we are trusting the Baltimore, which is the certificate provider of Microsoft. We're also trusting the DigiCert. That is also the certificate provider of Microsoft. Not today, maybe after few months. Okay. So if you want to do the lab today, you can only trust Baltimore. Let's trust both. To do that trust, you need to create another trust store, which is Baltimore trust store, and also a DigiCert trust store. Okay. So where do you see that when you enter the trust store, you need to upload the certificate, right? Those are available here. But if you guys are doing the lab, you can download it from the download section. This is Baltimore Cyber Trust root. You click here and download. DigiCert root. Click here and download. Okay. I already downloaded it. So all I need to install it. So to do that, let's go to Baltimore CA.
These certificates Microsoft will provide from their side if we require, right?
They will provide, but they will only give you the documentation and go ask you to download yourself. If you want to download, it is the same thing. I downloaded from their site.
Right.
Kept it here. Yeah, they will give you.
And now in the next case, when they're going to replace the Baltimore with the DigiCert, again in that case we have to generate a new trust point for that DigiCert, and the same thing we have to follow out there.
Yes, exactly. So I added a Baltimore trust store. Then I am installing the trust, right? When you install trust, we always use authenticate command, right? Authenticate, that is for trusting. Okay. Importing is for the actual identity. Here we are not importing any identity, we are only authenticating. So I use authenticate command. What I need then is the certificate content. So I will open the Baltimore in Notepad++. This is my Baltimore content. I'll go to the command, crypto key, PKI, authenticate, Baltimore CA, enter it. Okay. And paste the certificate content. Do you want to accept the certificate? Of course, yes. So I have installed Baltimore. That is enough for today. But maybe in future, Microsoft already initiated that. They are going to change into a DigiCert CA soon. So if you wanted to maintain your connection, you also need to add this DigiCert. Let me create another trust point. Each certificate trust will be a new trust points. Okay. Create another trust point. Then also install that. And they're asking me to paste the DigiCert certificate content. So I can copy the DigiCert here, copy and paste it. Do you want to accept the certificate? Yes. So I have installed all the certificate Namecheap as well as from the Baltimore and DigiCert. Okay. Now there is a command to see the certificate. Show crypto PKI certificates. Now let's see what other certificates are available here. And if you enter that command, when you see a CA signed certificate, it's always a trust. You see here CA certificate, right? Go slowly. Yeah. CA certificate. This means it's a trust. What is this trust? You can see that Baltimore trust. So this is your Baltimore certificate as a trust certificate. Second CA is, this is DigiCert. Going back fast. So this is DigiCert certificate as a trust certificate. This is Baltimore as a trust certificate. Wherever you see CA, it's all the trust, and actual certificate you will see as only a certificate. So this one right here, you see certificate, that is my own identity certificate. That is good. And we see one more CA. This is what? This is the Sectigo, which is the Namecheap they gave me, right? This is that certificate. So I'm trusting Sectigo, which is Namecheap. I'm trusting Baltimore. I'm trusting DigiCert. I myself have my own certificate at this point. Is it clear?
Yes. As if our CSR is signing with the DigiCert, then no need to have the second step, right?
Yes, right. So yeah, that is like, because if your CSR is signing by DigiCert,
already trusted,
you will be installing DigiCert at this point. All you do is the DigiCert will be here. So you don't need to create another one. Otherwise, you have to.
Okay.
Okay, so I installed all the certificate. Now let's go back to the topology and see at what point we were. Okay, we are seeing less number of audience now. Guys, is it too much or is it okay to digest?
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
I
it's
have
okay.
one doubt.
It's okay.
Are we
Also,
recording the session?
Yeah, we are recording it.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. What
Hello.
is it?
Yeah. Can we import a private key which is generated somewhere else to the router?
Yeah,
Is it possible?
it is possible. Yeah, I don't know the exact step, but that is possible. And with that private key, you can again generate CSR and other stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
you build this
So
trust.
here we
Go ahead.
so here it's like we have multiple trust stores,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So for example, now HTTPS, you have pointed to
My
SBC cert store, right?
yeah.
So for any web authentication, it will trust only whatever the certificate is within that store,
True.
right?
Yes. Yes.
So there is nothing like any other applications globally. We cannot like provide.
Now each
So
services we need to tag the certificate. For SIP, you need to tag that. For HTTPS, you need to tag that. Then only it will use that. If you want to enable any other secure communication with anything else, any other protocol, there should be an option to tag that. Is it clear?
yeah, fine.
Yeah. So we build
Abdul,
this. Go ahead, guys.
in case we are not going to install the DigiCert or the Baltimore root CA root certificate, the MS Teams is not going to entertain the call.
Yeah, it will not. You cannot establish this trunk between these two guys. This will never come up.
Are you going to collect the logs for that example too?
We can simply collect SIP log and it will say unable to find the certificate. We can, but we installed it already, right? You simply collect debug CC messages. You will see that a message will be coming from, going to team saying that I am not trusting you. Root certificate is not trusted. Sesh server error.
CUBE would be accepting that error message.
Yeah, CUBE will be sending that error message with 503 some 500 series error, server error.
Internal server error, some kind of that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So if I look back, I created this trust relation, which is this, my enterprise CA, which is my name chip. I built this relation, and I also built Baltimore and DigiCert relation. So 3 relationship I have built so far. Now, do I need any other relation, trust relation? Question to you guys.
It's with the CUCM.
Yes, good. I hope you guys will stay, because if I want to continue the session to get at least the recordings, we have to finish the session, right? So please stay, guys. I know it's a little late, but tomorrow anyway it's holiday. You can celebrate.
It's okay.
Yeah. So here somebody said, okay, we need to build the trust between these two guys, because I'm going to establish secure signaling between these two guys, call manager and CUBE. We haven't done that. We just created the normal SIP trunk and we forgot it. Now I am migrating that trunk to a secure trunk. For that, my CUBE has to accept, or CUBE should know who is the certificate provider of my call manager, because when call manager sends a connection, call manager will send its CA information there. So I need to tell my CUBE that, okay, you trust the internal CA. Is it okay? Understood?
Yes. Yes.
Just like Microsoft Teams certificate provided by Baltimore and DigiCert, right? The same way, there is something called AJ Collab CA, which is my own internal enterprise CA. They gives me the certificate. So they gives me means they give the certificate to call manager. Any signal coming from call manager will be with that certificate. So I need to tell the CUBE that you also trust our internal CA. That's where I need to create one more trust point, which is this AJ Collab CA. By the way, how to build all these CA stuff and all will be available in my free document. I'll just show you. Certificate authority. Yeah.
AJ, we have to set up the default trust point as well, right?
I think there is a method to do default trust point. I haven't tried that. There is an option.
Mapping under the CBUA we have to do, right? So
that we have done already for all the SIP messages. I have
might be missed it. Oh, no problem.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'll show you that. Okay, before that, let me just show you. I'm talking about all these enterprise CA, internal CA, right? So there is a detailed method that, okay, understanding public CA signed certificate, what is actually a certificate, how it is used, difference in CA, public CA, and all of that. Plus, we'll also show you how to install certificate in Call Manager, then setting up a Windows-based internal CA. So I do have that internal CA who supplied the certificate for my Call Manager. That is called AGO Collab CA. And that is what this guy is. Okay, you see that host key was different in key pair exchange. So I was in the SSH session, right? I was there for a long time. I told you that when you replace a SSL certificate, you will be kicked out from the SSH active session after 15 minutes. It's not after 15, maybe almost 1 hour, right? I just need to re-authenticate again. Restart session.
Jasim, I have a question.
Yep.
So if the call manager is in a hosted collaboration solution, then the certificate should be CA, internal CA, or
yeah, hosted collaboration. If you're talking about the old hosted collaboration, I don't know how their certificates are managed. If that is a CA signed certificate, like a public CA signed, if you see Sectigo, DigiCert, or any of the public CA signed certificate, you don't need to add that, but you need to add their root. They will also give you a root.
okay.
Of course, you need to add.
Still, we need to add the root, right?
Yeah, because
okay.
CUBE doesn't know what is there. CUBE doesn't have any default store. But I'll ask one simple question. If you browse my SBC FQDN, right? You didn't get any certificate warning because your OS is having a trust store. Every Windows OS will have a trust store. If you want to see that, you need to go to what is that?
Oh, correct. Now I got it. Yes.
Cert Manager.
Yeah, if you go to MMC in Windows, let me just show you that. Where is it? Run MMC. Click yes. File add-ons removes happen. You select the certificates, add computer account, next. Okay, this is the trust store inside your Windows. Every Windows OS will have a default trusted root certification authorities. If you open this page, these are the one installed by your manufacturer. Of course, your Baltimore, sorry, the what is that? The one that I installed, Sectigo, right? Sectigo will be here. Okay, if you don't see it here, it will be under your browser. Browser is also having a trust store. It will be under there. That's the reason you are not getting the warning. But CUBE doesn't have anything like this. Okay, DigiCert or any trust store to trust anything. So you have to talk to that hosted collaboration provider, ask them to give the certificate, root certificate, and install it. If it is dedicated instance, like Cisco also offers something called dedicated instance, which is like sorry, what CUCM is that?
UCM Cloud, yeah.
Yeah, UCM Cloud. Yeah, UCM Cloud that they rebranded as a dedicated instance today. That is signed by Amazon CA. So you need to get that Amazon CA and install it in your router as a trust point.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
So Crypto PKI trust point. This is for my enterprise CA, which is AGO Collab CA. I'm creating a trust point. Then I'll be installing that certificate there. Okay. Config T, paste it, and then install the CA. I have already downloaded it. It is available here. This is my AGO Collab root CA. If I open that, you can see the information. Okay, this is AGO Collab CA. This is a root certificate. That's the reason you are not seeing any layer. Only one root CA is there. There is no subordinate or anything. All you need to install this one. Control A, Control C, and paste it here. You want to accept the certificate? Yes. So at this point, I build the entire trust relation with the CUBE. CUBE is trusting my internal AGO Collab CA. CUBE is trusting the name chip CA, and CUBE is also trusting Baltimore DigiCert. 4 trust points are there. Okay. We are good. Are we good at this point? The certificate installation. Again, this will be.
So if the CUBE and CUCM connection is not trust, we don't have to.
Yeah, you are right. The CUBE and CUCM are normal SIP. You don't need to do the circus. But if you want to have that secure calling, you should. Now, what I'll be doing the same thing. I will migrate the normal SIP trunk to a secure SIP trunk. Okay.
Jasim sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it working? Can we keep it one side RTP and other side SRTP?
Yes, I answered this question before in the beginning of the class. You can very well have RTP here and SRTP here. Your CUBE supports
can,
RTP
yeah.
to SRTP mapping.
By default, CUBE can support, right?
Yes,
Or else we need.
by default CUBE can support that. You have to enter some command called SRTP fallback. There, wherever you see that dial peers, right? 1 second. Yeah, here instead of SRTP, you need to put SRTP fallback. That goes to call manager side. SRTP fallback and SRTP fallback.
Yeah, in that case, we don't require this kind of
No.
certificate. Yeah.
No, you don't need that. You're right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to see the diagram and see what area we have reached. So, okay, we installed the certificate. Now, let us migrate the CUCM CUBE trunk. We have CUCM CUBE trunk, right? That is now 5060 trunk. We'll migrate that into 5061 trunk. So for that, I will ask an interesting question here. When call manager request any connection, CUBE will send its certificate, right? What is the certificate? This is given by Namecheap. Okay, or Sectigo. Namecheap is backend, they are Sectigo. This certificate will be provided to call manager, whether the call manager trusts Certigo or not.
No, we need to install the
Yeah, of course. The call manager will not knowing about what is Sectigo. Sectigo is this guy, right? Call manager doesn't know anything about this guy. We need to build that relation as well. We should tell the call manager that when CUBE sends you some signal, CUBE certificate is signed by Sectigo. Not any. If it is an internal CA, we don't need this at all because both trust internal CA. Since this is coming from external CA, we should tell the call manager it is coming from an external CA, that is Sectigo. So you should trust the Sectigo. So I also have to install that certificate. So now what I'm going to do is I am migrating this normal SIP trunk to a secure SIP trunk. As part of that, I need to change my SIP trunk configuration, SIP trunk security profile configuration, and also upload the external bundle, the bundle you remember, right? The same bundle into the call manager as call manager trust. We are not adding as a Tomcat trust, we are adding it as a call manager trust because we are dealing with SIP signaling and RTP. There is no point of HTTP request here. So only for HTTP we deal with Tomcat, but here we are adding as a call manager trust certificate. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go to my call manager and then moving this trunk to, by the way, that was one of the requests which I got in the initial poll. Will you be covering the call manager and CUBE secure SIP trunk integration? This is nothing but we are doing the same. So go to trunk. So to convert a trunk into a secure SIP trunk, the only thing you need is a secure SIP trunk profile. So go to security, SIP trunk security profile. We do have one secure SIP trunk profile. This is this one. Okay. And that you need to make this encrypted. The moment you select this encrypted, it will automatically add 5061. This is optional. Again, I'm not discussing what does it do, but if you want to know more, we can go through that document. Then also add the sbc.ajcollab.com here and ajcollab.com here. Then you have a SIP trunk security profile and directly go to SIP trunk. Change your destination into 5061. Now you might understood that what was the reason I used sbc.ajcollab.com in the beginning itself instead of IP address, because if you're establishing a secure connection, the certificate coming into picture, certificate will have only FQDNs. That doesn't mean you cannot add IP address. You can add it, but usually it will have FQDNs. Okay. Now I change the IP port number into 5061 and the SIP trunk security profile into the secure profile. Currently I have a non-secure profile. I will move that to secure profile. And also to enable RTP, there is a checkbox here. SRTP, sorry, not RTP, SRTP allowed. 3 changes: port number into 5061, then SIP trunk security profile, and enable SRTP. Okay. If you are not using FQDN, please also use the FQDN. So with that, you save it. You are done. And in
this is the only configuration which we have to do. Nothing in the CUBE or router.
Going there now. So inside the CUBE, we have dial pair, right? I intentionally avoided these two commands, SRTP and session transport TCP TLS, which I need to configure now. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So I'm enabling SRTP here and also session transport TCP TLS for both of the
AJ,
dialpiers. Yeah.
we can have a secure trunk without mixed mode also now, right?
I don't think so. No, mixed mode. No, you can have.
Okay, yeah.
So I enable SRTP and transport TCP TLS inside the cube. Also configure the call manager trunk. But the only thing which I'm missing is the bundle trust, right? I need to inform my call manager. You also trust in Namecheap server. So go to OS administration and quickly upload your bundle, the bundle that you received from the Namecheap as a call manager trust, and restart the call manager service. Then you are good. You are promoting your normal trunk as a secure trunk. Security certificate management.
SRTP can be used in V1000 and V8000 as well, right?
Yes. Upload certificate chain. Make sure you select call manager trust here. It is not Tomcat trust. It is call manager trust, and point your bundle, the CA bundle which you received from Namecheap. Upload and then restart the call manager service in all the nodes. Keep in mind, uploading can be only using in publisher. It will make sure that it will replicate to all other nodes. So you don't need to upload it to all other OS admin pages every node. You just need to upload in the publisher. It will take care of replicating that. Now go to serviceability, and guys who are coming from a different background without Cisco, excuse me, we can cover this in a different training or anything. The serviceability and all, they might be confused. I don't know how many guys are here. We have 110. Okay, good. Control center, feature services. And I'm selecting the subscriber because my publisher is just a publisher, no services. So I go to subscriber and restart the call manager. Of course, my registered IP phone here will flip for some time. Restart. Okay. Now go to subscriber 2. So restarted the services. Yeah, guys, we are almost done. Team side configuration is not that much complicated. It's easy. The only major thing here was the certificate installation. Rest of the things are easy. So I'm done with the certificate, service restart. And
Jason, why the cube and the call manager not communicate using the internal CA?
Yeah, because the cube I have signed with an external CA, right? Cube is external CA, call manager is internal CA, and call manager doesn't know what is the external CA, cube doesn't know what is the internal CA. If cube wants
we have uploaded that in the cube, is it?
Yeah, so let me draw that here.
Okay.
So this is CUCM. This is cube. Cube is external CA.
Okay.
CUCM is internal CA. Now let's think about one connection. When call manager initiates a connection to cube, so whoever is initiating, the other guy will be sending the certificate. So cube will provide the certificate. So this certificate is coming from external CA, right? So then call manager will think, do I know the external CA? Of course not. So that's the reason you are building this connection. You are trusting the external CA. Now opposite, when cube is initiating a connection in the TLS protocol, call manager will send the certificate. So they will send the certificate. So this certificate is coming from the internal CA. Cube will think whether I know the internal CA or not. Yes, we trust that relation. That's the reason we created this bidirectional relation.
Is
it clear?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
No problem. So go to phones. Sorry, if I go to trunk, I need to reset my trunk because after changing that SRTP I haven't reset.
Ajay, one question.
Yeah.
If Cube is in production and DID calls are working fine, so if changing and let's say cluster is normal cluster, so if changing to the what secure mode will affect the
No,
DID.
just changing the secure mode using that CLI command, like util some command is there to move to secure mode. It won't do any production impact. It'll just prepare the cluster for the security purpose. That's it. The only thing is applicable is the device security profile for the phones and also the SIP trunk security profile. As long as you're not changing that SIP trunk security profile or the device security profile, things will work as normal. Okay. So my phone just went unregistered and they didn't come up after restarting the service. Let me just check the status message once. Yeah, I don't think any problems here. Trunk also. Okay, something wrong in the certificate. Let's go and see the services. Tools and roles under future services. Select the subscriber one. I noted this one in my lab. Okay, it shows not running. God, don't give me this kind of error at this time. Call manager not running. Okay, I activated it, but after the reset it's not running. So probably I would have done something in the certificate stuff. I'll go ahead and delete that. Then we'll restart again, then upload again. This has happened in my lab. Okay, one time, just one time. But I repeated the same configuration all over again. It did not kick in. It could be some bug or something.
AJ.
Yep.
Do we need other than restarting the call manager service?
Only call
any
manager.
other
No, only
any
call
other
manager.
certificate service?
No, only call manager.
TBS or okay.
No, you're just trusting an extra certificate, so that is enough. No, nothing to do with existing phones or trunk. You're just trusting an external CA. So let me check all the call manager certificate with key type RSA. We'll see my Sectigo root there. Sectigo is there. This is the Sectigo certificate, as you can see. I added as call manager. I'm gonna delete this just for a while. Okay, done. Go to manager and sorry, serviceability. I will start it. Show started. I'll wait for some time. I'll refresh the page and make sure it is always started. So it may go down after some time. I have seen this. Still started. Starting. Okay. not running. So it is a kind of defect in my lab server. If this happens, what I need to do is I need to restart the server. I'll restart after uploading the same certificate back in. So I'll go to OS administration, upload the same thing, then I'll quickly restart. So in production, you don't need to. It could be a bug. I haven't get time to dig deeper into that. It happened to me when I upload a call manager certificate and restart call manager trust certificate and restart. The service go into not started state always. That wouldn't be a case because we are just uploading a trust certificate. We are not breaking anything. Close. Sure, subscriber 1, subscriber. Log into all. So it is uploaded, and now I will restart the call manager from publisher and subscriber 2. By the time it restart, we can start the team side configuration. So call manager, find, type, RSA. Control F, secti go. Okay, it is there. I'll quickly restart the servers. Utils, come on. The system restart. Yes. Not yes. Okay. So let it restart. Okay, and then we'll come back after the restart. So go to our topology and see what is next. So we ideally did this, but this is not complete. After the restart, we will see the trunk status is up and it is 5061 things. Let's switch now to Microsoft Teams side. So inside Teams, I will show you the license requirement, license assignment. I'll also add the SBC, voice route, PSTN usage record, and voice routing policy dial plan. Don't worry about it. It's very simple configuration inside Microsoft Teams. It's not as complicated like uploading a certificate or anything. So to get the Microsoft Teams account for free, you can follow that video which I was saying, step-by-step guide. They will give you a sandbox of developer account for free. Then you have to jump into admin.microsoft.com. This is called Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You have multiple admin centers. 365 Admin Center where you manage the licenses. Then Exchange Admin Center where you configure your Outlook related stuff. Then Teams Admin Center where you configure Teams related stuff. I'm going to clean up my browser task. Okay, so here if you go to billing and then your products, you can see what are the licenses which you currently have. So inside Microsoft Teams, I have Microsoft 365 E5 developer without audio conferencing. That is enough for practicing this one. So 365 E5 is a bundle that contains multiple other services licenses. Like you can have an Outlook, you can have Teams, you can use MS Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, desktop application. There are plenty of services bundled into one and they call it as E5. They have E3, 365 E3, Office 365 E3, E5. A lot of license options are available. When you sign up using the sandbox program, this is what you get. So no matter whatever license you have, the only thing which you will be interested in is something called Teams license and phone system license. So how do you know that? Say for example, I'm assigning this license to one of the users. So let's go to users, active users, then pick your favorite user, which is Tom Cruise in my case. Go to the user. While assigning license in Microsoft Teams, all you need to set one usage location that tells that where the user is actually located. Go to license and apps. There you see a usage location. It is mandatory. You have to set a location. So I am currently, this particular user, Tom Cruise, is currently located in United States. and I have assigned, I just enable 365 E5 developer. When I expand this application, this is what the individual licenses associated with E5. Expand this, then you can search for Teams, and you can see Microsoft Teams. This Microsoft Teams will give you basic access to Microsoft Teams. That is, you can send message, receive message, make one-to-one call. You cannot make any external call or PSTN call or a call through an SBC. That means you wouldn't have any dial pad. So when you open Microsoft Teams, you don't see any dial pad. You can call someone just by searching their name and initiate a call, but you cannot dial an extension number, you cannot dial a DID number. For that, you need to have font system licenses. So the E5 that contains font system as well. So the font system license is required for doing this particular lab. Is that clear, guys? Licensing? That's the only thing.
So phone system license is required to dial using the keypad, right?
Yes, this will enable the keypad.
Got it.
Otherwise, if you have Teams in your organization currently, you just open it up and see. You will not be able to see the Teams dial pad inside the calling option. You want to see the dial pad, that basically gives you that option to call external numbers, which is not a part of your Microsoft Teams. That is our CUCM number or PSTN number or anything. So you need to have that font system. So to do this CUCM and call manager Teams integration, the user should have a license of font system. The font system can be a part of other plans as well. In my example, I got it through 365 E5 developer. If you have any other subscription, only just make sure that you have these two licenses, Teams license as well as font system license, and then you are good to go. Okay. The moment you assign this particular license, this user will get all the Teams features enabled, and he will be replicated to this interface, which is called admin.teams.microsoft.com, which is your Teams admin center. How you administrate your IP phone inside the call manager, all the administration for Teams will be happening through the Teams admin interface. Okay. It's easy. You can go to users and go to manage users. You can see only the licensed users. If you look at the portal, okay, if I go to active user, I can see another user called MS admin here, and AJ Dev Sandbox and Abdul Jassim. There are 3 users here, but you don't see all the users inside Teams. Only when you assign a license, which is this, you can see those users. Or if you assign and remove, that kind of users will be there for some time, like 30 days or something. That's the reason you are seeing a subset of users here. For example, this AJ Dev Sandbox, which currently does not have any license assigned, but it was assigned previously. I just disabled it. That's the reason you are still seeing it. Rest of the other guys like Abdul Jassim and MS admin, you can't see here. Only Tom Cruise and Will Smith, because they are licensed to use Microsoft Teams. Only those users will be replicated to this particular interface. Okay. And once you are here, all you need to do is go to that particular user and okay, before going there, let's go to the call routing section. We need to add the cube here. One moment, let me go back. Okay, so all our trust relations are now good. I'm assuming it will be good after the call manager restart. I'm waiting for that.
This team configuration document is also available.
Teams configuration. It is
about the users and the cube you mentioned.
Yeah, it's let me check. How did I add that? No, it might not be available. I just saying here it's license assignment, adding only cube configuration. I have added it here. Rest of the things you can watch the video. When I complete the session, we'll get the video. You can watch those.
Okay.
So if you want to understand more, like I said, we have the other training, right? The cloud collaboration training. In that I cover pretty much everything in deep. Okay, so coming back to this, I am planning to integrate these two guys together. So all you need to go to Teams and add sbc.ajcollab.com. Nothing else. That's all. And also put the port number 5061. This is the only thing that you need to add in Microsoft Teams, because the configurations are much more similar inside the Teams. So let's go to Teams and go to voice and then go to direct routing. Okay. And you go to add. I have added something here. Ignore that. go to add, then you add the FQDN here, sbc.ajcollab.com. That's it. You can put a description or you can copy paste the same thing. It has to be FQDN and you should be the owner of the SQDN, ajcollab.com. So when you have the new Microsoft account, you need to point your own domain. That's a different process. It's easy. So once you point the domain, then only you can add it here. So sbc.ajcollab.com, which is my public IP address and that maps to the cube. I added it here. Then I enable the services and also set the port number into 5061. That's it. You can ignore rest of the setting. Those are default. Click save. That's it. You will be adding the SBC. The problem in Microsoft Teams is that when you add something or new configuration, it will take some time to reflect. Microsoft itself says it will take 24 to 48 hours to get reflected. So before you open any troubleshooting cases, after your configuration, keep quiet for 24 to 48 hours. Because of that reason, just to demonstrate this class, I already added our SBC just to make sure that things are already there. We don't need to wait for that 24 hours. I am not saving. Click yes. It's already saved. I will open up that saved one. So this is what I already added. It shows TLS connection status is active because it has proper certificate. That's why it is showing active. But SIP options ping is warning because we haven't configured anything related to dial peers and options ping for Microsoft Teams side, which I'll be doing now. But let's go inside of the cube and we can see the same stuff. These are the thing I have added, right? If you click edit, you can see those settings. So 5061 on and the sbc.ajcollab.com. This is the only thing you need to add inside the Microsoft Teams. Okay. Now every Microsoft Teams user, after you add the SBC, you have an option to call the external users using two methods. One is called calling plan. Calling plan is nothing but Microsoft itself offer you PSTN connectivity. But our technology, when you add an SBC inside the Microsoft Team, we call that technology as direct routing. For the direct routing, you have to go to users and tell the users what is your DID number, because you are purchasing this DID from a service provider, right? In this example, we don't have a service provider, so I am assuming this particular number +1 217641 1001 is the number I took from service provider. Even anybody sends the call to Microsoft Teams, no matter if it is a PSTN or call manager or any other PBX, the call should land with this DID. Then only the Teams Tom Cruise IP the Teams application will ring. So it works purely on the DID format. It has to be a proper E164 number. So when I want to send a call from the call manager to Microsoft Teams side, I will be sending this way. I'll be sending a proper E164 pattern from the cube to the Teams side so that Teams can accept the call. So how to configure this user for this number? You have to come to the active user, manage user and click edit. So inside edit, you select direct routing. Operator connector is also a different form of interacting with service provider. Direct routing can be used to integrate service provider or any other PBX entity like call manager or Avaya PBX or Zoom telephony. You can integrate anything. So I selected direct routing and I have given the number which I am assuming I am the owner of this number. Means I took this number from a service provider. I don't have any service provider integration here, so I just assume this is my number. So I click apply. That number will be added to this particular user. And the same way, I have one more user. I added the second number.
AJ, Andrew here. Just a question. Can we put an extension number over here? Is it required?
Yes, we can put the extension, but the call routing will not be based on the extension. Okay. The extension will be only used when you call from one Teams user to another Teams user. For that case, you can put an extension here, make use of that extension. But inside the Teams, we usually never dial extension calling. Right? I can simply search Will Smith and hit the call button and I will call. I don't need to remember his extension number. Yeah. But I have seen some deployment. They will have that extension number here. With that extension configured, when you send a call from call manager to Teams, with that extension only, the phone will not be ringing. They will only look for the DID format, which is assigned. And with the proper direct routing configured, and also if the user is having a phone system license, after the settings, if you go and log into your Teams account, you will actually see this particular keypad in the calling section. Okay.
Jasim, sorry to disturb you. One doubt. So we added the SBC inside this Teams, right?
Yep.
In the Teams admin center. So is it required to add a separate DNS for this? DNS entry for this?
Yeah, when you sign up for the Microsoft account, all you get is a domain name, a default domain name called onmicrosoft.com, which I'll show you in the Teams Admin Center. If you go to settings, where is my settings? Domain. See, this is ajdevelop.onmicrosoft.com. You can put something. .onmicrosoft.com is the one that they gave you. Then, but onmicrosoft.com is not owned by me. It is owned by Microsoft. So I cannot create a user. I can create a users, but I cannot control it. I cannot add an SBC with that domain. So you have to add your own domain there, which is easy. You click add a domain. Then there is a verification process, which you need to do with your GoDaddy account. If your domain is in GoDaddy, you have to go there, add some entries and authenticate. That is also available in the same video which I posted in the lab building setup right here. In this video, that step is there. How to map your domain name with your Microsoft account. That's the first thing when we all do once you have the Microsoft tenant ready. Then with this domain only you can add this particular SBC. If I do use anything else here, like for example sbc.aaa.com, it will not be accepted. It says that you are not the owner of AAA. I don't know what is AAA.
Okay, got it.
We can't.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can't use sbcaaa.com. I'm not the owner, so I have to be the owner of the same domain. That is the lifecycle process. Initially, when I have the account ready, I'll be setting up the domain name. That is not a part of our training, but the video is in much detail. You can go there and see how to add that.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
So if we have multiple SBCs, so do we have something like that we do in our call manager, like group list and grouping the or okay.
Good question. So if you have multiple SBCs, all you need to do is add it here. Keep adding it here. sbc1.ajcollab.com, sbc2.ajcollab.com. Do all the configuration. Then there is something called voice route. Inside the voice route, you can set the priority. What should be the first one? What should be the second one? Which I'm going to show you now. Okay. So you added the SBC there. Okay. You are good with that. Now what you are doing is you will go to voice route. So before going there, let me tell you how the call routing works inside the Teams. When we talk about Teams, this is how it works. Every user, suppose this is Tom Cruise, every user will have a dial plan. Okay. Dial plan is the one that controls. Dial plan is basically a translation pattern. And it is recommended to have at least a default dial plan which does not do any changes inside every user. Otherwise, the behavior of the user dialing will change. So we always need to configure a dial plan. Dial plan is nothing but your translation pattern. You just imagine your translation pattern. Inside Call Manager, when you dial some number, initially they match the translation pattern. That's the policy, right? Translation pattern, route, DN route pattern, that architecture. The same way inside Teams, it always checks whether I have a dial plan or not. So I will create a dial plan for the Tom Cruise user, and that dial plan will be inside Teams. It will always based on the regular expression. Don't worry about that. I'll show you how to deal with that. So my dial plan is up arrow 11, then open bracket /D3, close $. This is nothing but 1, 1, then any digit 3 times. That is ... So instead of representing that ... here, Microsoft Teams dealing with regular expression. So, but a basic understanding of regular expression will help us to build a dial plan. So you need a dial plan. I'll tell you how to build that. Then you need a voice route. This is like your route pattern. So every voice route will point to an SBC. Dial plan will be inside a user. Every voice route will be pointed to an SBC. Then we also add something called voice routing policy to a user. So a user will have a dial plan that gives the translations, a voice routing policy, which is the CSS in your call manager. That voice routing policy will be linked to your voice route. That's how the process works. So a translation pattern like a dial plan, any number that I dial initially match with the dial plan. Then after matching the dial plan, it will see whether I have a permission to reach that SBC that is based on voice routing policy. So inside voice routing policy, like inside CSS, you add partition in the call manager, right? The same way inside voice routing policy, you have something called PSTN usage record that will be referenced in voice route as well as your routing policy. We have routing policy here, voice route here. The bridge between these two is called your PSTN usage record. Could be too much of information, but this is the way the call routing works there. Okay, forget about that, guys. A translation pattern, a CSS, and a route pattern. That's the same way how the teams work. So I need to build a dial plan that matches every 5 digit that I dialed, right? And then I don't.
AJ, could you repeat the same? Repeat it once again, please.
Yeah. So let me take the. As long as you guys are available without sleep, I am happy to extend any time. No problem of that. But I'm worried about. I see the number of audience are 98 now. We started with 270. The way.
No problem, Jisoo.
Okay.
We are here. No
okay.
So, we are for you.
So I have a user here inside the teams. Anything that user dials on his keypad will be managed by dial plan. So usually people will misinterpret dial plan inside call manager and teams. In call manager, dial plan is a combination of all these. There is no single entity like a dial plan. It's combination of your route pattern, CSS partition, translation patterns. That is what the dial plan inside the call manager. But inside teams, translation pattern is nothing but dial plan is nothing but a translation pattern. It takes one number and convert to another number. That's it. That's all it does. So when user dials anything, it initially checks the dial plan. Then we have a voice route here. Please, can you mute? I'm getting. So voice route is something that routes the call to sbc.aj.collab.com. Okay. The moment you match this dial plan, like you are dialing 1001 to reach call manager, you are dialing a number. The moment you dial this, dial plan will check, is there any translation happening here? Whether 1001 is getting translated to something else, or it is just same number 1001. So I'm not doing any translation there. I just need to have a dial plan. That's the reason I added a dial plan. Then here I have the voice route. This is voice route. Now every user will have a policy called voice routing policy. That is your CSS. Inside call manager we call it as CSS, right? This voice routing policy will have a connection or will have a tag name called PSTN usage record. So if the PSTN usage record is available in this voice routing policy, the same thing available on the voice route, then if I assign this policy to the user, ideally he can reach this voice route. So dial plan is a translation pattern. While routing, you forget about the dial plan. Okay. All you need a voice routing policy. That voice routing policy will have a tag name, just a tag name. And also your voice route is also having a tag name. If these two matches, call will be routed. Make sense?
Thanks.
Yes.
So let us go ahead and create the dial plan first, and then create voice routing policy and PSTN usage, all of that.
Abdul, one query there. This dial plan, are we the administrator configuring dial plan, or it is by default configured by
default
the
it is there, but the problem of the default one is it is based on the usage location. So if you look at the Tom Cruise in Teams Admin Center, which is here, his usage location was United States, right?
US, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So the problem with that is, I'll show you right away in the Teams. If I don't assign any dial plan to the user, if I dial a number that starts with 18554, they will add a plus in the beginning. See that a plus automatically came. If I hit call, the call will be going with a +1 in the beginning, just because the user belongs to US and US country code is +1. The default dial plan adds that +1. And the same way, I wanted to dial 1001. This is my CUCM number, right? For this number, they are not adding that plus. Okay, so I'm controlling this behavior on the dial plan. So inside the dial plan, I said, if you see this particular number, don't modify anything. The default is a default modification, which is what we see +1 there. But I have a specific dial plan for this user. That dial plan does not modify anything, as it is 1 and then remaining 4 digits. So as an administrator, we should build a dial plan and configure for the user instead of relying on the global one. So let's see how to build that. We'll go to the admin center, Teams admin center. In the call routing section, you can see. Yeah.
So means the Teams is single. I mean, it's a cloud, right? So the users from different countries, so we need to create different dial plan for different users.
Yes, we need to.
Because it's
Otherwise, it'll take the default dial plan. If it is a country location is India, whenever I dial any number with 91, it'll add a +1 there. Rest of the numbers are okay, but default it'll add plus in the beginning of 91. So for each location, we will build a dial plan.
Then we need to associate the dial plan to
the
specific
users.
user.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So here I have I reached the dial plan section here. I'm going to add a new dial plan. I will add Texas dial plan. Texas dial plan. And then this is just a tag name. The normalization rule, or what kind of string you need to match and what kind of string you need to change, will be added here. So click add here, and then here you need to add a change. So CUCM translation. So inside the CUCM translation, what I'm going to do is you need to route it based on advanced policies, and then you can have an option to do a regular expression. So to know what is the regular expression or how to deal with a regular expression is you have a website called regex 101. You can go there. That link is also given here. Where is it? Regex tool. So open this. You will ideally reach here. So all you need to create a translation which does not translate anything. It just match one number and keeps the number same as it is. So you go to substitution section here. Then you type the numbers which you wanted to match. 1001, which is my CUCM extension, 1002, 1003, 1004. These are the numbers inside my Teams, inside my call manager. So I need to tell the Teams that anyone who dials these kind of pattern, I don't care about 2 1001 or 4 1001. Anyone who cares about these particular series, you match it and pick the number. You don't modify anything. You have an option to modify as well in this case itself, but you don't modify. So to match any regular expression, what I used to follow is first it start with up arrow. So this up arrow indicates that you are starting with, and then you're starting with 1 1. Of course, that is common in all the series. Then I have varying digit, right? 0 0 also correct, but I can have 1 1 8 1 2 3 or my call manager number. Let's put that as well. So there are some IP phone with 1 1 8 3 2 1 1 9 5 4 1 1 8 1 8 8 5. These numbers are also available inside my call manager. So I need to match everyone. For that, I need to create a group. So open bracket and close bracket will be a group. Then I will tell \D, that means any digit. How many times? 3 times. Any digit 3 times. So you see everything got selected, right? Then put a $, that is the ending. So anything that starts with 1 1 and then followed by 3 digit, only that pattern you match. And you can see in the right hand side what are the matches. I have 1001 match, 1002 match. Ideally it matches with all the numbers in the given area, right? So this is what my regular expression. And like I was saying, if you wanted to learn more about regular expression and all, it's available in my cloud collaboration training. Let me just open that. 1 second.
Just little
Your audio is not clear. I'm not able to hear well.
Are you able to hear?
Now, yeah, somehow, yeah. Go ahead.
Actually, in call manager, we give like double one x6x6, right? Like whatever the number comes through, it will be incoming, like one call set will be allowed. So here,
yeah, so pattern controlling, the XXX is like call manager, the router uses ... Those are the way of Cisco's representation. But the global way of representing patterns and everything is used with a regular expression. That's why things are moving towards regular expression. If you're dealing with expressways, you can see regular expression kind of routing. That's the recommended way of routing. But unfortunately in call manager, we just need to deal with exclamatory plus and few of the wildcards. We cannot fully fledged use the regular expression. I just wanted to show you the other training which we handle, the advanced cloud collaboration. This is the guide for advanced cloud collaboration, but this is not available for free. But inside this training, we completely covered the regular expression, regex. So regular expression, and I just need to tell you this one, \d means any digit from 0 to 9. So that's the meaning of \d. If it is a capital D, just opposite of this, anything not in 0 to 9. So that way you can create your own pattern which user is supposed to dial. You can have a lot of control with a regular expression. To practice the regular expression, you can go to this site and enter your pattern here and put some characters which you need to match, and you will see the result here whether it is matching or not. So with this pattern, I match all the numbers that start with 11 and ends with the remaining 3 digits. Do I need to change anything here? I don't need to modify anything. So I need to send the call as it is. So I don't need any modification. So if I need a modification, I can do that. I can put a 2 here. So everything that matches with this will be 21001. This is like a complete changes. Any number that matches with 11, everything will be 21001. I don't need this one. I need the exact same number there, right? So the substitution column I will use 11, which is same the beginning as it is. Then the variable digit, right? Variable digit, when you recall it, you should call as a group. When you put a bracket here, it's called a set. So you need to recall the set. What is inside the set? Any 3 digit. To recall the set, all you use is $sign and 1, because there is only one set. The first bracket is called the set. So you have only a set of bracket here, a single set of bracket. So that is your set 1. To call the set, you use $sign. So $1 means you don't modify anything. Whatever you match, you just match it and go to the next control. Does that make sense? Regular expression.
Substitute, can you repeat again? That thing's a little confusing.
Okay. So suppose, imagine. So you need to match all one series number and change the 11 into something else. Okay. That will make more sense to you. Instead of 11, not for our routing, only for the sake of learning the regular expression, you want to change the 11 into something else. Let's change that 11 into 34. Okay. Then $sign 1. What does it do? So only the 11 changes to 34. Rest of the number carry forward at 001, 002, 001, 002, 003, etc. Okay.
No, got it.
Yeah. So the $1 indicates that whatever is in the brackets. So in the bracket, I am mentioning \D3, which is like 3 digits. So any 3 digit you match, that is what match from the given list, right? You don't need randomly match anything. From the given list you match. So given list, you have a group here. When you recall the group, all those numbers will come. So 34 is the modification you are doing. But in this specific case, when I wrote the call to call manager, I don't need any modification. I just need a match so that I can control my dial pad. It wouldn't add a +1 or anything. So I use 11 here. So $1 will be my change pattern. Ideally, though I call it as a change pattern, it does not do any changes. It is just copying the same string what user dialed without matching the default +1 pattern. Otherwise, there will be a plus always. Got it?
Yes.
So if I go to my routing section, I selected this one. I'll put my first regular expression in the match column. So this is what the match column, and the remaining changes in my change column. Okay. So I'll put the change column. Now you have an option to test the number from there itself. You simply dial 1001 because that is the call manager IP phone number, right? Then hit test. If you see that a proper number, this is the translated number, that means your regular expressions are right. When you give 1001, it gives you the same number back, and it says translated number is an E.164 phone number, which is absolutely wrong, but that's the way they validate it and they display that. That means it is, translation is working fine, though it is not an E.164 number. And if you wanted to test something else like 98, 11098, you will see 11098. So you're not modifying anything, but you are moving away from the default translation of that plus. Does that make sense?
Your video is hiding.
Your video is hiding that.
Sorry guys, I will.
You can zoom out or something.
Yeah, I have an option to do that. Don't worry. I'm sorry guys.
Yes.
Okay. So when you test it, you can enter the number here, 1001, then hit test. It says same 1001. the translated number is an E.164 phone number. Yeah, of course it is not. It's not an E.164 number. But that's the way Microsoft treat us. Okay, this is the proper valid number. It matches the regular expression. Or if I put anything else to something which will not match at all. Okay. So that's the reason I created this. Though it is a translation, but it is a translation technically, but I am not translating anything. Only because without this, it will add a plus in every call. I don't want that behavior.
That then do this, translate the number based on the group. If we remove that, then still it will work, right? Because we are not going to translate anything.
But there is, this section is mandatory. I cannot save without this. See, this field is required.
Okay.
Yeah. So you add that. I already added, because like I said, every changes in Microsoft Teams will take 24 to 48 hours to reflect. Sometimes it will be quick. Sometimes I see 24 hours to get reflected. So that's the reason I already added that. I'll show you that plan which I have added here. So go back to dial plan. I created a dial plan called Texas dial plan. Dial plan is just a tag name. All you deal with is the translation. So I have a CUCM translation here, which does the same thing. So the same thing, same here. This is what it is.
What if we selected basic instead of advanced? Will it still ask for this if condition?
That is the basic change, like X. Few things you can do. Let me go and see. I don't want to save that, but I am a fan of advanced one. But if you select basic, you can add some prefix and other stuff. The number dialed with the beginning digit or ending with some digit. Basic condition you can apply, but you don't have the whole control of regular expression. Few things like, see, the number dialed begin with, like prefix you add in call manager, right? Just like that. So E164 would be the recommended option. So once you have the dial plan, go back to the dial plan and assign the dial plan to the user. So to assign that, select the dial plan, click assign to users, select our users here, Tom Cruise, and hit add, and also Will Smith. Add, hit apply. It's already applied, so you don't need to do that again. And if you want to see
so we don't have any global way of doing this one, assigning the dial plan to a
by
huge
default
number of users.
Yeah, so by default global will be applied. If you want to change that one here, you can go ahead and add the translation here. So I usually don't touch the global one. This will be applied to all users by default, but it is always good to design a site specific dial plan so that you have more control instead of doing it globally.
One query.
So if you have a specifically defined dial plan like this, like what you have now, Texas dial plan. If you want to assign this to a huge number of, for example, 1,000 users specific to them.
Okay.
So
good question. So there is something called policy packages in Microsoft Teams, and I'm not covering that. What it does is it packages all the policies, and in a group user level, you can assign that. Okay, for all users, you have to use PowerShell command. There is nothing like you can select all users and click of button, you can assign. The same thing what we are doing, there is a PowerShell command to map the policy to a user. So you can export all the users to a list and then run the PowerShell script so that it will map. That's what, as per my understanding, I haven't seen a global assignment. There was one more question from someone.
Yep, you wish. So
yeah.
And then we have created the Texas dial plan extra one, but do the configuration wise for the global, if user is not dialing the 11, right? User is dialing the 2, starting with the number 2 or something different. So that +1 will be continued there, right? That policy will be applied for this dial plan by default.
Yeah, a user will have only one dial plan. So in this example, Tom Cruise is already assigned with the dial plan of Texas dial plan. So the global, whatever things we are doing inside the global will not be applicable for Tom Cruise.
Then if he wants to dial the external calls, then how he will dial?
We need to build this dial plan, right? So Texas dial plan, I need to add one more number. So let's create a PSTN call.
Okay, got it. Now
yeah, so you need to add the conditions here, how the PSTN number will looks like. So keep building that patterns here. A dial plan can, a dial plan can have multiple.
So we can add multiple.
Multiple dial
plans
as well.
So add all these dial plans. Build your dial plan based on the site. It's always based on the site. Then apply that to the user. So you can apply from here, or you can go to the individual user and assign from that direction. So select this, assign to users, select the users and submit. Or if you go to the user, I'll show you that after some time. You can go to the user, then there is an option to edit policies and then apply the dial plan. So this is the first thing you need from the diagram. So you got a dial
I think
plan.
it will be most likely the same like international calls, national calls, local
Yes,
calls.
just like our
Maybe
CSS
most of the
stuff.
times.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So you added the dial plan. Now we need something called voice routing policy. Voice routing policy is just a link to reach the voice route. Okay. So let's go ahead and create a voice routing policy. Or before that, let us create voice route, because the dial plan and voice routes are somehow related. So voice route is nothing but the actual number which you need to send to an SBC. So again, if you go to Teams Admin Center and go to voice and then direct routing, wherever you added the SBC, you can see something called voice route. These are your route patterns. And here you create a voice route. Again, voice route also follows the regular expression, just that there is no translation here. You just match it and send it. So let us create a pattern here, which is the same pattern, starting with 11, then a group. Inside the group, any 3 digits, and you end $. Here we don't apply any translation because this is the final number which we'll be sending to the SBC. So let us add CUCM voice route. CUCM voice route. You can apply the same description and create this. Here is the one you are adding the SBC. Enrolled SBCs, sorry, SBCs enroll. If you look at this, this is called SBCs. It's not only one. So you can add previously added SBC here. If you have multiple, select those. Apply. Okay. You added the SBC. So inside the voice route, you will also tag something called PSTN usage record. Click add PSTN usage record. It's a tag name. You can create add new, then add something. It's a link. Okay. Just a link. I'll tell you where we use the link. You can add CUCM PSTN usage record or something. I just added Texas PSTN usage record. So I select that and save and apply. So all I created is a pattern. So when I dial the pattern, where should I go? I go to the sbc.ajcollab.com, and I also created a link. Okay, where will I apply the link? I'll tell you, because I haven't associated this pattern directly to a user, right? User is having dial plan. A pattern is sitting separately here. These two entities will be connected together, right? For that, we need two more stuff, which is PSTN usage record and a voice routing policy. So inside the voice route, there is a pattern, an SBC, and a PSTN usage record. Is that clear?
Yeah. So Jasim, as we have a DNA in the CUCM, do we have something over here in Microsoft Teams?
Good question. Unfortunately, we don't. You can go through the client logs. You can collect the client logs from the Teams application. Alt Control Shift 1 will download that. Then you can see the call, how the call is getting going. And you will see that there is no matching pattern or something. If it matches, you will see the regular expression there. So that's where you can troubleshoot. There is no DNA stuff here. Okay. So I hope you guys understood. I'm not saving it because it is already added Texas voice route. It is nothing but starting with 11 and then followed by 3 digit. I am pointing to my SBC and I have a tag. Okay, keep in mind tag is just a tag which you can tie with somebody else. So I have a tag of the Texas PSTN usage record. If I go to my diagram now, so all we have here is so we created this, right? So we have a dial plan which is directly assigned to a user. That is good. We completed this. We created a voice route that points to sbc.ajcollab.com, which is also having Texas something a PSTN usage record. Okay. So this is the tag. Now, how will I associate these two together? So now we will go to the user. User should have one more thing called voice routing policy. So inside the voice routing policy, I will just mention this so that user get voice routing policy. voice routing policy is reference to the Texas PSTN usage record. That usage record added to a voice route and then call will be routed to the the sbc.ajcollab.com SBC. So voice routing policy will be the key. That's a CSS where you add to the user so that it can extend the call. Is that clear?
Yes.
So let me go to voice routing policies here and create one policy. Sample, just sample policy, that's enough. Okay. And nothing else to add here, just add a PSTN usage record. So I'm going to add the one that we created. Okay. Texas PSTN usage record, save and apply. Nothing else, only one name and a PSTN usage record. So if I open the one that I have already created, Texas voice routing policy, you can see a name and a tag. So this tag is also there in the voice route, right? Voice routing policy will be for the user. Voice route is global, both having similar one, the tag name or the PSTN usage record. So with that, these two guys will connect each other. All right. So the voice routing policy also should be added to the user. You can select this, assign to user, the same way that you added Tom Cruise and Will Smith, and hit save. So this is the way you can add. So for a user, we need two things, dial plan and voice routing policy to send the call. And there should be a voice route with an SBC added. Then the PSTN usage record connects the voice routing policy and the voice route. Okay. And there is one more place where you can manage the policies. If you go to a user and Tom Cruise user, you can see all policies here. Come on. Okay, yeah, policies. These are all the policies. If you closely look this, inside dial plan, we will see dial plan, Texas dial plan. By default, everything will be global default. Since I have assigned it, it is there. Then voice routing policy, right? Or is voice routing policy? Voice routing policy, sorry, voice routing policy, Texas voice routing policy. So you can assign it from here by clicking edit, and you can change those policies here. Voice routing policy, voice routing policy. You can change it here. So this is the end user level change, or from the policy level, you can assign to the user. There are two ways you can manage. Okay, good. So team side also, we have completed everything. We configured voice routing policy. We added the SPC, then dial plan, provided access to the user in terms of voice routing policy, so he can reach the cube. But now the cube is not fully configured, right? We only integrate the CUCM part. We have to do the
one question, like in voice routing policy, we can add multiple PSTN usage record.
Yes,
right?
we can. We can add multiple PSTN usage record. So wherever
it
is like
comparing
CSS.
with CUCM,
CSS.
yeah, then we can say it's a partition, something like that.
PSTN usage record is a partition. Okay, the tag name I was talking about, it's a partition.
Yeah, suppose we want to restrict some Teams user to only for national calls or something like that.
The same
then
way
we
you
can
implement that. That's true. So to understand that more, I have another diagram in the note. Where is it? Come on, guys. So this is the way you understand the dialing inside Teams and Call Manager. So we have something called dial plan. That is okay. Even without dial plan, the default will work. Just that it will add a +1, right? Just to avoid that, we have added this. You can treat this as a translation pattern inside Call Manager. So changing from one number to another number. Then you have voice routing policy. So this is a CSS, Texas internal CSS here, just like that, a voice routing policy. And voice routing policy will have a PSTN usage record, and here we will have partitions. Okay, this voice routing policy will be assigned to a voice route. So the same voice routing policy available here, sorry, will be having a PSTN usage record. That is this guy. This PSTN usage record is available here. Just like that, you have a route pattern here, which is inside this partition. So this guy, this partition, connect this and this together. The same way, this PSTN usage record connect this voice routing policy and this voice route together. Now, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now let's go back to Call Manager. So Teams configuration is all done. we are good. And anyone who dials a 5-digit starting with 11, Teams will take care of sending that to the CUBE. Okay, now we have to do something on the CUBE. Before doing that, let's see our pending configuration, whether the SIP trunk came up or not. So call manager is restarted and it came up. I can see phones are registered. Let me quickly log in and see my trunk status.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
For Microsoft portal, can we create role-based access to that portal to the engineers?
Yes, it's purely role-based access control. All that you do is from Microsoft Azure AD. So you need to provide control in Azure AD part. This is the reason I was talking about in my training. I added Azure AD part, right? I was saying you have to know what is Azure AD. Azure.
So that few engineer only control the voice part only, and some few.
Yeah, admin sender. So anything which is, because all the user account that you see in Teams or Microsoft admin sender, it backed up by Azure AD, Microsoft Azure AD. So inside Azure AD, you can have all these access control, a read-only access control, a read and write access control, or user management. You can create user, delete user, or you can have a voice admin. All those things are in deep access control enabled. I just enable global admin so that I can do all, but you can very well have a user with limited accesses. All that you control is through the Azure AD part.
So in Azure AD, we have a MFA, multiple factor.
Yes, that is also available in our previous training.
Okay.
Or is that too far? You can integrate Duo as well.
Okay.
Azure Authenticator.
Authentication.
Authenticator or something. Second. Or two-factor. Yeah, disable multi-factor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that, by default, it is enabled. So I'm giving the steps to disable that, how to disable multi-factor authentication. So those are the part of cloud collaboration training. Okay, so let's come back here. We'll go to call manager.
One more question here. You told me something like we can add multiple SBC, right?
Yeah.
In that case, how the algorithm will set means load balancing or round robin?
It's round robin. It's round robin, I think, because there is no way to control that. But you can also create voice route with the priorities. So if you see this one, Texas CUCM voice route with the priority of 1, I have added the first SBC. I can add one more voice route with the same pattern, but priority 2 with the priority 2 SBC. So that way I can control it. Or else I need to add the SBCs here. I am not sure how to add the order, round robin or top down. I will take that question here. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, hi Abdul. As per my knowledge,
yeah,
it's following round robin.
Round robin, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you want the load balancing something like that, then we need to create a routing. I mean, this routing policy different and associate to different like that, or okay.
Yes, that's the way it is. Otherwise, it's round robin, right? Round robin is already is a load balancing stuff. It goes to first and second. Yeah.
If so, for example, if first SBC is not working, then call will be transferred to the next SBC, like this.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go back to call manager, device, trunk. So after the restart, the call manager came up. I hope the trunk should also come up. Full service. Yeah. Now this is a secure trunk, right? We have completely enabled the end-to-end security inside this. It's a secure trunk. So all you need to do is, I need to tell the call manager what am I going to dial to reach a Teams user. So if I go back to the diagram, to reach a Teams user in this, I will be dialing 81001. This is the number that I'm going to dial. So I need to have a route pattern with 81xxxx, and that should translate to my Teams number. Okay, Teams DID number. But at the translation, route pattern level, I am not entering the complete DID in a proper format. Instead, I am adding an 88 prefix, 88. Or you can add a symbol 8, or you can add 99, or you can add any digit. My own fashion, I just use a 2-digit added to the route pattern which is dialed by the call manager user. So as a Tom Cruise in my IP phone, I will dial 81001, or from another phone I'll dial 81001. that will be matched with a route pattern. From the route pattern itself, I can modify that to a E.164 number. But I'm not changing the E.164 full format there. Instead, I will remove the plus and just add 88 there. The reason I'll tell you, okay, but let me create that, then I'll tell you why am I doing this way, and then later translating to a DID number. Okay, so let's go.
Jasim, I have a question here.
Yeah.
We are communicating with the Teams user with starting with 8-digit. Is there any possibility like if end user has a Teams account and an extension with 11001, it can ring in both like a multi and devices?
We are covering that as part of the session. Once we integrate the routing, there is something called simultaneous routing, which will ring the phone as well as Teams account. That will be the last section of this one. We are almost there.
Okay.
So to do that, I am using this pattern, which is 8, then followed by 4-digit to reach Microsoft Teams. So I need to create a route pattern. So go to call routing, route bar hunt, route pattern, then add a pattern. I don't have anything. Add a pattern here. Then I will put that into MS Teams numbers PT. Okay. So any user who calls, they should have this access, right? I'll show you that access. By default, I have given Teams numbers PT. I will place that in Teams numbers PT. Then where should I send? I need to send to our SIP trunk, right? I am sending to route list. It has route group, and then it goes to the SIP trunk, which we initially created to the cube. So anyone who calls 8 a number, it goes to the cube device. And here, while going, I also need this translation, which is 88, then the DID without plus. You can have any of the routing stuff, but this is one of the basic stuff which I have added. So called party, which is like the called number, will be translated this way when I send the call. Okay. So at this point, if I can make a call to the cube, I can at least see how the call is hitting inside the cube. So let me reset. Call will not work because I haven't completed the remaining configuration inside the cube towards Teams, right? But at least the call manager can send the call. The terminal monitor debug cc sip messages. I'll just dial 81001. Yeah, at least I see something here, and I'll just pick up the invite message from here. I just want to see the number. So the number is coming in. So this is the invite. Go to my notepad. See, if you go to the dialed number, it takes the 88. So my translation is properly happening. I dial an 8001 number. It took the 88 in the beginning and the DID format and then the remaining number. So the translation is working fine. The call is extending till the cube. Cube can receive calls from the call manager side. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Now I need to tell the cube that, okay, once you receive the call, you extend the call to Microsoft Teams. So that's where we do the remaining dial peer configuration. So let's look at our topology. Where is the topology here? Yeah. So this one we built so far. Let's go a summary. This one we completed 5061, and from team side, this direction we created. Now we're going to configure this direction. What are the dial peers and other stuff needed? I'm not drawing the trust relation here because we already completed that. All of the guys are now trusting all of other one. So it's easy for us to create this part. Okay, so let's
Jasim, this Microsoft Teams will never accept the extension, only the 5-digit extension number from the cube, right?
They
Only,
will not. They need
the
DIDs. They need DIDs. Okay. So that's the reason inside Teams I have assigned the full DID to Tom Cruise user or Will Smith user. They have to have the full DID format. It will not accept anything with a digit number.
Extension number.
Yeah.
So in the Teams, there is nothing like for an inbound traffic, the inbound pattern that is coming to the cloud, to the MS Teams. The digits can be modified. You don't have that kind of custom configurations.
If you ask me about that, outbound modification is there, which is the dial plan, right? Anything that goes out, which is the dial plan. But what is the inbound modification? It is there, but it is not recommended to modify the numbers when call comes to inbound. You don't modify any numbers. You have to modify everything from the SBC level or the cube level. That is the recommendation that doesn't mean there is nothing. You still can do only with a PowerShell. From the Teams admin center, you cannot do that configuration like inbound changes. Any call comes in, you translate to something. Inbound translation is not available in Teams from the admin interface. It is available only with the PowerShell. Maybe in future they will build that, because all the Teams and cloud solution, they will day by day implement and change their what do you call the interfaces. So currently with the today's Teams interface, we don't have an option to match inbound changes, but we can do that on the PowerShell, using PowerShell.
So that's why only the E164 format will be accepted.
Yes.
Because that is the one that is directly assigned under a particular user.
Yes, that is directly assigned to the particular user. Okay. But you can ask me one thing. Okay. Nobody asked that. Hope you guys are not in sleepy mood, guys. Are we good?
Yes.
We are good.
We are good.
Yeah, we are good.
Yes, we are good.
Okay, because there are so much things here. Okay, I would have taken this as a 2 sessions. No problem. Manage users. If I go to manage users, no one asked me this question. With Tom Cruise, if I go to the number edit option, come on. Can I assign extension number here?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Because it's not, it will not verify as a 164 pattern.
Is it?
That's so.
Okay, let's do one thing in that case. There is a different user, right? I will go ahead and configure. I think we'll accept there is a different user here. Let me put a different. The user.
If it's accept, then that
but
sentence you said E164 format the Microsoft Teams need, then it will
I'll tell you, but
with
there
that.
is a specific reason, the reason I asked. Okay, I'll do one thing. I will create a new user. Anyway, I have a user. I just need to license the user so that the user will be available in Teams. And I'll try to assign just a extension on that part. So this is Abdul Jassim, auto license apps, and I need to set the United States. Okay, let me be United States. Save configuration. So I got the E5 license, which is having Teams as well as Teams font system license. This change will kick in and the user will be replicated and available in the Microsoft Teams soon. So let's refresh this page. And for that Abdul Jassim, I'll try to assign a normal, in the complete number area, I'll just assign a digit extension. Yeah, the user came here. So all I'm going to do is I will try to assign an extension in the DID area. 1003. So I just added, applied. Okay, I can save. It's not giving any errors. When I say that wait, that will be get applied. So I have added. So that means I can add a number, but they automatically translate that to +1 and 103. What is the problem if I add this way? Is there any problem? While there is a...
It will not with the pattern if someone is trying to dial then.
But if I modify my pattern with that specific one, things will still work, right? I can send the number with a +1 and 1003. It will still work. Okay, but the problem is, assume you are migrating from Call Manager to Teams and you have a PSTN provider here.
Outsiders cannot reach it, right?
Yeah. So a PSTN will be routing the calls to your cube, and currently your dial peers are set to send the call to this direction. Okay. Yeah. And when it sees an IP phone, so IP phone will ring, of course. And tomorrow you are planning to change this route. Instead of sending to the call manager, you are sending to the Teams. So this will be always a E164 number, right? But that case, if you assign a small DID, means small number extension, in the place of an E164 number, this will fail. Again, you will have to modify those things here. That's the reason Microsoft is saying you assign the E.164 number in the number area. Extension, it's only for internal use. That will not be used for call routing. So you can still assign a number, but when we move from PSTN side, from call manager, the direction from call manager to Teams, you cannot send the PSTN call directly to Teams. You still have to modify that.
But this will be a scenario where each user will have their own DID. If there is a case where we have an IVR and we are dialing the extension number, then it will not be a direct EU164 direct number to each user.
You can very well have that, but inside the IVR configuration of Microsoft Teams, you are not actually adding the numbers, you are adding the users there. So the main difference with a call manager or traditional PBX and the latest form of PBX, user account is a primary key in the latest form. Everywhere, even if you take WebEx, we all initially create a user account and then we create numbers and everything. But in call manager, you don't need to have a user, you can have a number assigned. So that's why the routing inside the call manager is dependent on the number pattern. But when you configure an IVR inside Teams, instead of adding the number, you can add a number of course, but you are adding the users. So if a user is having not even a DID or number or anything, he still can be a part of that IVR call flow.
Okay.
All right.
And there will be a scenario also in when call will be reaching to the call manager and then routing to the Teams extension.
Yeah.
I mean in the extension. Yeah.
That is the same reason I have used that 88 prefix. Okay. So.
Okay.
Let's imagine that call is coming from PSTN. It is coming with a proper E164 number +1, then 217.641.1001. This is the number that PSTN sends to the CUBE. So current integration towards this direction, it has to go to an IP phone. So I will have a dial pair with a proper this match pointing to my call manager side. It can ring. And if I use the same number from IP phone, I am dialing, right? 81001 I am dialing, and I am translating that into 217.641.1001. What happens if I am not doing this translation, like 88 I am not adding, instead I am adding just +1 and sending the call to the CUBE? What happens? It will create a loop. It will see the same number, it will send back here. I cannot differentiate a number which is initiated from call manager or a number that came from the PSTN provider, because if I use the same patterns to route it. So just because of that, I am adding an 88 in the beginning so that this number will be always different. CUBE can understand anything that comes with an 88 prefix, send it to my Teams. Anything in a proper E164 format, today send to call manager, tomorrow I may change the decision, send directly that to Teams. Is that clear?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. So let's go back and do remaining configuration inside CUBE. So currently,
one query that why the PSTN call will come to our SBC? Why it will not go to the Teams directly from the Teams local SBC there? If it is
if you have another SBC here, it's okay. But I'll be using the same SBC. Suppose I have a provider which is Airtel. So from Airtel, okay, we'll go this way. Sorry guys if I'm extending so much, but let's go this way. So you have CUCM setup,
right?
And you have your CUBE, and your provider is Airtel,
right?
From Airtel you bought almost 100 numbers today, and it is assigned, integrated with call manager, and those numbers will be effectively ringing the IP phones registered. So you are in the migration phase. You have Teams now, MS Teams. All users have Teams account. Sorry, these are Teams account. All users have Teams account. They are all registered. Now you are deciding that you already purchased these 1000 numbers from the Airtel, right? You need the same Airtel service provider. You need the same CUBE. Instead of this, route the call to Microsoft Teams. So you will be using this as SBC then, right?
Now I got my query. That's what I have confused there. The number we have purchased, which is my existing number onto the from the Airtel, I thought we have purchased the number from the Microsoft Teams directly.
Okay.
That's okay. No problem.
Yeah, buying number from Microsoft Teams directly called calling plan, and calling plan is not available in all the countries, especially India. We don't have calling plan option. You cannot buy a number directly from Microsoft Teams. You have to go with any of the provider and integrate this option SBC. That is what we call it as direct routing.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
So we'll go back to the topology again. Now we are adding the remaining configuration for the CUBE, so that CUBE can properly.
AJ, so I have one question. If we are not having calling plan option in India, we are open for operator connect, right?
Yeah. So operator
Okay.
connector is nothing but the same SBC hosted by the provider. They do the
Yes.
same kind of architecture, but just that you don't see the cube. I can be an operator connector for your account. Okay, I can use the same cube. I'll just say you add this SBC. I will manage the SBC. So the manage direct routing is called operator connect. You don't see the SBC at all. You will just add the number. That means add the SBC name provider will give you. Managing that SBC, licensing it and configuring it all depends on the provider itself. They call it as operator connect.
Thank you, Ajay.
Yeah. Okay, so now let me go and create the remaining stuff. So this is what we are building now from Cube to team side. So I'll go back to my configuration guide again. So here I have all the configuration about the cube, which I have copied to my notepad. So I'll go to that. So we don't need this. Welcome to configuration guide. So we'll start from the beginning. So here you see something called SIP profiles. This is for manipulation of outbound messages in MS Teams. So when you send any call to MS Teams, Microsoft says that you guys need to send me this way. Then only I will accept the call. So there are a lot of condition which Microsoft says all the calls should be like this should be like this, so many other stuff. By default, any call which send from, one moment, I need to take one invite message so that I can show you. Okay. Do we have that invite here? No. Control A, Control C. Okay. So when I send, this is an invite coming from call manager, of course, the debug that we see, right? Similar message coming from call manager, going to Microsoft Teams. As per Microsoft Teams recommendation, the contact header, by the way, this is called SIP header. The contact header should not have the IP address. It should be your sbc.aj, the complete domain name of your SBC. Then only the Teams will accept the call. So if I send the call directly, of course, Microsoft Teams will reject the call, saying that contact header, the IP address is not trusted by us. We should get the call with a contact of sbc.ajcollab.com. So I need to do a lot of SIP manipulation for tuning the SIP message, what Microsoft, the way Microsoft is expecting. So that is what my SIP profile. So I don't have the time to explain all the modification, but as an example, I'll tell you this line, what it does is, okay. So I'll copy this one. Okay. We'll go back to this message. Now we'll see what this rule does. So this rule does is request. So in SIP, there are two things, request and responses. Request will be like invite, and 100 trying will be a response, 200 okay will be a response. So there are requests and responses in SIP. Again, to understand more, you can go and learn the SIP session in the free ebook that is available. So any request, if it is an invite or it's a any other request, re-invite or any message, SIP header, okay, if it is having a SIP header of contact, which is this. So I have a SIP header, which is contact, modify, this is again regular expression, at dot something. So anything with this, you put sbc.ajcollab.com there. To understand this more, I will copy this particular SIP message to my regex 101. Then we'll see what is the change happening to that particular message. So you need to go to the substitution section and paste your SIP message here. So I have the SIP message here. To know what the translation is doing is, you need to avoid these two inverted commas. You only take the SIP session. By the way, the entire things about SIP profile will be discussed in our other class. SIP profiles. Where is it? Yeah, like how you configure a SIP profile, what are the changes you are doing at the SIP level. This is the way you change it. Okay, you can refer that, but time being, let me tell you what is this. So this is called match column and this is called change column. So from the input message, you match this. So I don't know what is this. Let me just go and give, imagine that I don't know this. I'll just paste it here. I pasted it here. Then I say change to this one. So you need to avoid the inverted comma because the first inverted comma is the match column. Second one is the change column. So change to this. And if you look at this, the invite, The initial invite contact header is what? IP address, right? After the modification, you see the contact header is with sbc.ajcollab.com, right? So this is what SIP profile basically does. It can do a lot of translations and manipulation under that header itself. We are not modifying any numbers, right? We are modifying the headers. That's where we use SIP profile inside the cube. So Microsoft and Cisco, they work together and they build the entire SIP profiles for required translation. It is having so many translation. If you look at this, a lot of translation happening. And if you are doing the same way that I am doing with a NAT device, like your communication comes to a public IP device, then it is NATed to my device, right? So this is my public IP 103.94, this thing, and that is translating to my internal IP address. I also need to embed this information inside my SIP headers so that when Microsoft sends an RTP, it should not go to my public IP address. Once it reaches public IP address, it should go back to my, it shouldn't be my internal IP address. It go to public IP address, then they translate and send back to my IP phone. So these translations are required to do proper Teams routing. Again, I cannot go and talk all this translation, but Cisco has a very good documentation which is available here in the other reference helpful link, main reference config guide. I just followed this guide, but there are a lot of fine tuning required inside the guide. Let me open that guide here. Is it this one? Yeah, this is the guide. We have all the configuration available here. Just like I said, any vendor document, if you follow, it shouldn't be like 100% working all the time. I tuned everything. That's where you have the other configuration which I was showing you. But if you wanted to know more, what about this translation, what it does, where it going, so you can go and read this. They are saying all this translation. I just copied from here and I explained you what is this rule 10 is all about. So if you read further, you can understand each commands, what all the commands are doing. But if you're blindly following, we can follow this because it's a document from Cisco itself. They evaluated with Microsoft and they came up with this document of interconnection. Okay, so I follow the same document, but for my specific thing, I did a lot of modification, not a lot of modification, but required modification. So are we good with SIP profile? So this profile is for sending the call to Microsoft Teams. Similarly, when you receive the call from Microsoft Teams, you have to have some translation like the public IP address to private IP mapping that is there. Then for options ping, you have to have some modification. So these are the three SIP profiles which will be used in the routing. So are we good about what is SIP profile? I don't have time to explain all these things, but I just show you one example.
These are the only rules which are required, or is there few additions or few minors are there?
No, I just copied from them, and all I did was they are saying, okay, this should be public IP in their document. I need to change that to my own public IP and my own private IP. Only if you're doing this NAT. There is one more way you can directly assign an public IP address to the CUBE interface directly. When you are doing that, you don't need to do this kind of natting. There is a different way of natting, which I'll show you. Feature configuration guide. Certificate. This is the certificate installation. Of course, we have done that. Okay, SIP profile management, inbound, PSTN trunk. Okay, yeah, here. CUBE behind the NAT, which is my case, right? So I have NAT external IP address and internal IP address mapping, so many other places here. Yeah, CUBE private IP address, NAT external IP address. So since my CUBE is behind the NAT, I am following this. If you see your CUBE is directly assigned with a public IP address, then you can follow the remaining stuff. Where is that? Which will be above this. Yeah, CUBE configured with the public IP address. So I copied this. This is not my case. This is my case. I copied this and I modified whatever is required for my topology. Okay, so this reference link is also added in the main portal. So you can download this one from here and have a look. Okay, so time being, we'll copy this. Are we good at the SIP profiles? Guys, yes or no? It's too much into learning and we are exhausted.
We're good. Just think, understand. Blindly just copy the configuration set by them and just change the IP address and domains, whatever you have configured in your domain.
Yes. That's it. So if you want to learn more, like you can copy a SIP message and then do these changes, like what I did, a regular expression, right? You can really understand what each lines are doing.
Right.
So I added the SIP profile. Then I need to have a pass-through list, which is also recommended by Cisco, a pass-through header. I'll come to this one when I configure that. So let me mark it down. This is added. This is added. This is also added. I'll just paste this one. Don't worry, I'll explain what is this. Okay. Now, voice class, these things are already added as part of our call manager configuration. Then, okay, options keep alive. For options keep alive to work, we need a SIP profile of 299. Okay, so what is 299? Which is this one. This is for, again, as per Microsoft Cisco documentation. So it is taking care of the proper options ping message will be sent out to the Microsoft Teams. So if you look at today, the Microsoft Teams direct routing SBC, you see options ping warning there, right? So here, come on, you see warning, but TLS is already established because we have a proper certificate. This warning will be gone once you configure the SIP profile. Okay, so let me go back to this, copy this. So we are good with SIP profiles, sorry, options ping. Then what is the number which I am going to receive from the call manager? Okay, so when call manager sends any call, we see that every call will be coming with 88 prefix, right? So when I write any dial peers should match with this number. After the dial peer selected, I will translate the number using voice translation rule and send to the Microsoft Teams. But initial matching has to be based on the number which I received. So from call manager, I will receive this number. If I do have other choices, I can keep adding here E164, blah, 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 blah. But this is enough. So I will add this pattern so that my call manager means the cube will send the call based on this. Okay. This is added. I am good. This was already added. This is a CUCM pattern. Then cube configuration till here we added, right? Till this point. So let me go back to voice service VoIP and paste this content. Keep in mind, there is one more command I am adding it here. I will explain that, not now. So by the way, these guys are using the SIP profile, right? They are using the SIP profiles and headers. This is again for Microsoft routing as per the document. Now, there is something called voice class tenant. So under the dial peer, we can tune a lot of parameters, right? You can configure so many things under the dial peer. But if you have a lot of set of configuration, like some profile, some mapping, some binding and everything, you group all these configuration into something called tenant, voice class tenant, then apply that tenant inside the dial peer so that you don't need to repeat the same command. For example, SIP profile 200, I'm adding that inside the tenant. So I just need to recall the tenant inside my dial peer. So this profile will be added. Then the binding interface, all the stuff will be added. Okay. I'm adding that voice class tenant. This is for Teams routing. And I will go through each command, what each command does. Handle replaces. So there is something called SIP replaces header in terms of transfer or transfer or forwarding. So it accept that. Then localhost DNS, my cube DNS will be this one. Session transport TCP TLS. Of course, the team side will only accept TLS. It has to be there. No refer to passing. This is for again for call forwarding stuff to work. Then bind control, which we already know. We are binding media and control signaling with a gigabit Ethernet 0 interface. Pass through headers 290. So if you go to pass through headers 290, which we added in the beginning, what is pass through headers 290? Yeah, pass through header referred by. So it's all to address the call transfers. So if there is a referred by header, it has to be passed through. That's why we are calling in that tenant. And then no pass through content custom SDP. There is another concept called custom SDP, which I don't have time right now to explain that. So I'm saying this pass through that content and applying the SIP profile. Normal SIP profile will be always outbound. This is inbound. So we have two profile, right? 200 and 290. So outbound, this translation, inbound, this translation, and early offer forced. When I send a call from Cube to Teams, it has to be early offer because Microsoft expect the early offer call flow. What is again early offer and delayed offer? That is too much into the basic of SIP calls, and you have to have early offer. Then there is a session progress message called 183. Sometimes it sends with SDP, so you block those kind of messages. So this is not decided by me. It is Microsoft and Cisco. They together agreed this configuration. So that's where I added it there. Okay. So I added this. Now SIP UA configuration. If you remember correctly, when we were doing this certificate configuration, we added this command already there inside the SIP UA, saying that for every SIP communication, you have to use my trust store, which is the certificate trust store. So I can copy paste all, or I can just remove that and add it. I will use every command, add it here. So this is again NAT symmetric check media source. This is for the configuration which I am be following, because I have a NAT device that maps public IP to private IP. So in that case, you need to do this. Then remote party ID, we usually see the caller ID inside that, because there are other mechanisms to handle caller ID in the team. So we don't need remote party ID anyway. Retry invite. If the invite failed because of some reason, you send that call again. That is what retry invite to. Connection reuse. It is for maintaining the session. If the call is more than 15 minutes by default, this will kick in a lot of refresh mechanisms. And again, handle replaces, which we also have added here. It's globally, this is the global configuration. This is specific to that particular tenant. So I added that. That is also there. Now there is one important stuff here. So like we said in the debug commands, when call manager sends any call, the call will be coming with this, right? Okay, let's do that exercise. Okay. When call manager sends any call, the called number will be this. Let me copy this. This is the number, right? Then I have a dial peer which will make sure the call will be picked up and send it to the teams. But on the fly, I need to modify this number to what number? Because when I give this number to teams, of course, it will reject. So I should remove the 88 and add a plus, right? So these are the modifications I need to do inside the cube. Take the call, find a proper dial peer to send the call. While sending, change the number, which we can do using voice translation rule. So voice translation rule is again simple. All it does is it will have a tag name and a rule number. For example, rule 1. Rule 1 will have two sections, match column and change column. So inside the match column, we give whatever we are matching. That is the same number. And inside the change column, we need to modify. So remove 88. So you don't add 88. Add a plus there. Okay. Then the same number, which is the this thing. But you cannot add it here, add this way. You can add a plus, but if you want to repeat, because this guy right here is a repetition of the beginning stuff, right? Why this is not getting highlighted in that? Okay. So 88 you have here. Then after that 121.764 1001 is a repetition of the first one. So I need to build a set around it. Okay. So inside Microsoft Teams, the way we formulate set is this way. Backslash open bracket, backslash close bracket. So this still means 88. It doesn't have any other meaning. It is still 88, but 88 we grouped it. So I need to group 88 and also I need to group the other portion, which is this, right? So I grouped it. So how many groups I have or how many set I have? I have two sets. Okay. Then I can recall those sets here like what we see in the regular expressions, right? So when I recall, first change I need is completely remove the 88. So forget about set 1. Then add a plus. So we need that. Then recall the set 2. So what is the set 1 here? This is set 1 and this is set 2. So I need the exact set 2 here, which is backslash 2. $2 we used in the previous example, right? The similar way, voice translation rules follows this backslash 2. So this will make sure any number start with 88 and ending with this way will be converted to +1 and this number. Since we are addressing with most of the situation, it shouldn't be like a single unique match. So we have to remove the last 4 digit into 1, 2, 3, 4 dot. So this will make sure any number that start with 88 and this number will be translated to a proper E164 number. Make sense? Yes, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's copy that translation. So the way that implement translation rule is voice translation rule and tag number. And then rule 1, we have 88 in the set, remaining number in the set. I'm calling the 2, which is a set 2 along with a plus so that I have a proper E164 number. So I create a rule, then the rule can be called voice translation profile. So I need to create a profile and embed the rule. So this is the profile called Teams out. So in Teams out, translate called number. Called number is the one which is this, right? This particular number is the called number. So you need to translate the called number based on the rule number 1. That's what it says. So let me copy this, paste it. Now there is an option to test voice translation rule. I need to see whether the translation is working as expected. So you can use the command test voice translation rule and then rule number 1. So you need to provide the primary rule number. Okay, inside there are a lot of secondary rule number, primary rule number. So I'm testing a number with a rule number 1 and I will input the number here. This is my number and the matched number is this one, translated number is this one. So this is a proper E.164 format which Teams understand. So on the fly, when I send the call to the team side, you apply these translations. Okay. That's where I created this. So voice translation rule will be added in the profile and profile will be called during the dial peer sending. Okay. We are done with this. Now we also configure dial peer 1 and 4 in the beginning, right? When we integrate with the CUBE, integrate with the call manager. Like I said, everything I follow 4 dial peers. So one dial peer will be this direction, that is 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. Okay, so these 1 and 4 was already configured. So 2 and 3, I will copy paste now. So let's see what is 2 and what is 3. So inside 2, it says description outbound to MS Teams, translation profile outgoing MS Teams, a preference 1. Okay, the reason I have used preference 1 is that I am sending the call to SIP PSTN Hub Microsoft.com, which is nothing but the PBX in the backend, which is this SIP PSTN Hub Microsoft.com. They also have SIP1.pstnhub.microsoft.com, SIP2.microsoft.pstnhub.com. When you are deploying it in the production, you need to keep the same command with the 3 times with the SIP here, SIP1 there, SIP2 there, with the preference 1, 2, and 3. So that even if the primary server inside the Microsoft goes down, which is very rare, you still can send the call to their secondary backup servers. That's the reason I have used preference 1 here. In this lab, I am sending to the primary only. I don't want to complicate with many other dial peers. So I am just sending to the primary. So even if I preference 1 or no preference, doesn't make any change for me. Okay. Then RTP payload.
Can we use the server group here? Possible?
No, with the DNS, we cannot use server group. If it is an IP address, if Microsoft gives an IP address, we would have used it. But since it's an FQDN, we cannot add FQDNs in the server group. Good question. I like that. Okay.
Thank you.
Then session protocol SIP version 2. RTP payload type comfort noise. It's like you generate some comfort noise. This is also a part of the official documentation. I just copied. Then destination E164 map 200. So what is 200? Destination E164 map 200 means the number with the plus plus. So once CUBE receives this call, it sees this, sorry, not with plus plus, with 88. CUBE sees this number. They will try to send the call to Microsoft Teams. They will try. During the sending, I will apply the translation. So that's how you need to design the destination number. So I still map with the number which is available in the with 88. Then translation profile outgoing Teams out. So I'm going to translate that number which is having 88 with plus by removing 88. So it will be E.164 format. And then voice class codec 1, which we discussed already, voice class SIP tenant 200. So whatever you configured under the SIP tenant, all these settings will be applied. So you don't need to apply bind command again. You don't need to apply SIP profile again. Everything is a part of tenant. So that will be applied under the dial peer. Okay. And this is for keep alive, which is options ping, DTMF relay RTP and T, of course SRTP, and no WAD. Okay, this is required for sending the call to Microsoft Teams. And when receiving the call from Microsoft Teams side, this is what I do. Description: inbound from Microsoft Teams side, comfort noise, again it is there, session protocol SIP version 2, incoming URI 290. So what is incoming URI 290? Like I said, to accept any call from anyone, it is always to go with a URI matching. So if you go and check the incoming URI 290, which is in the beginning, incoming URI 290, it says sbc.azclub.com. When Microsoft send any call, it comes with sbc.azclub.com. So I can blindly accept that call. That is what the dial peer third 3 does. Okay. Incoming call URI 290. So there is another catch here. 2. What is this 2? So the 2 field in the SIP header, if I have it, this one, the 2 field. Okay. That should be with sbc.azclub.com when Microsoft Teams sending me the call. So you accept that call. That is what it says. Okay. Then voice class codec 1, plain codec, then tenant settings, a DTMF relay, SRTP and NOVAD. So I'm going to copy these 2 dial pairs. Instead, I'll copy all the dial pair. If at all I have missed any of these command, it will overwrite all of that. So I'll copy all the dial pairs, including this. Okay. I write the commands. So by now I have finished the configuration. Part 6 we already completed the certificate implementation, right? I'll go back to Teams and see the SIP options ping came up with a proper result. I will refresh this. It still shows warning. It's okay. Sometime it will be there, this warning, but if I send few calls, it will be active. So let's go back and test the calls. So first thing I'm going to do is from the call manager, I will initiate a call with 81001 that will be landing on the Teams user. So the Teams user is here. This is the Teams user, Tom Cruise. This number is the full DID in the call manager, so in the Teams. So from my IP phone, I'm dialing 81001. I can hear a ringback sound. So this guy is ringing. I can accept the call. So I missed to explain one thing. Let me tell you that. The integration is working well. That's the reason the calls are connecting. If I establish the connection, I will not have any RTP media because I don't hear any voice at all. Because the RTP port ranges. Let me go to the diagram. So any media, RTP media that Microsoft sends, where do they send? Are they sending to this IP address or this IP address? Public IP address, of course, because they know about the public IP address only. Yeah. So in our translation, what are the things we translated? We translated HTTPS. We also translated CPS. How about a media? So when our team sends a media, it uses the port number like 16,000. What is that? Yeah, 16,384 to 32,767, right? These are the port ranges. I don't recall exactly what are those. These are the port ranges which every system uses for RTP. It's a wide range. Yes. I need to open the entire wide range from my firewall. This is my firewall to my cube so that it can pass the media as well. Otherwise, it will block the media. SIP signaling, ringing, and everything will work. But when I pick up the call, there won't be any audio. The way that you do in the firewall is you have a simple rule, like from this port to this port you allow. But inside my small cheap firewall, I don't have that option. I cannot forward the entire range. So let me go ahead and show you guys.
Abdul, what is the actual firewall prerequisite to deploy this scenario?
You allow
from
HTTP
to implement?
Yeah, you allow SIP-S, which is 5061, and also the entire RTP port range.
this is entire RTP port range towards the outbound direction from the cube or
both
file direction?
both direction.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So in my configuration, if I go to, what was that? NAT forwarding, port forwarding, I also added an RTP mapping here because the first RTP start with 16,384. Then second one will be RTCP and third one will be again RTP. So in every call, there will be two IPs, two legs, right? One towards the teams and one towards the internal side. So I am allowing two of these port numbers inside my cube. Inside my firewall. So any RTP that establishes with this port numbers, it will connect with the bidirectional audio. But how do I tell the same thing to Cube? How can I tell the Cube that, okay, you only use these port numbers for RTP media? The way that I do is using the global command, which we copied there. RTP port range. Okay, so I have mentioned only two port ranges here. That means I can have only one active call in the system. After the call, rest of the call will work, but nobody will hear any audio. That's okay. For demonstration, this is enough. The reason I have done this way because I don't have that option to mention a range from this range to this range. You allow that is not there. That's the reason I added a small tuning inside my cube, which is available in voice service VoIP, RTP port range and this number. So you add that, you're done. So the same port will be used inside my SIP messages as well. If we take a debug CC messages, we can see the same port number. When the media established, Cube will make sure that media will be coming to only those two ports so that I will have a two-directional audio. Okay, so that is also included. This portion also I have explained in the firewall port opening. So inside firewall, we initially opened SIP and HTTPS. Enterprise level, you can ignore the HTTPS. That's only for testing the certificate. You need to enable this and the entire RTP port ranges. We don't have an option to mention the series here, but in enterprise firewall like Palo Alto or Checkpoint, you can see the entire range. You can allow that. So with that, I will initiate a call.
One doubt. The teams may send the RTP range. It will be the random. The selection will be random, right? So it will not be like starting from this number to that number.
Okay.
It will be selected in a random place, right?
Yeah, that's okay. That's between. Okay, good question. So when I send a message to Teams, I am sending through the internet, right? Cube is having internet access. So Cube can reach there because Teams sits in the internet. Doesn't have any problem. So it's okay.
Outbound
yeah, they will accept. Yeah, but when they give a call to me, I need to tell, okay, the port should be selected because Cube is the one giving the port initially, right? That's a delayed offer call flow in that direction. So when Cube says, okay, you establish, even for early offer as well, the media exchange happens, right? SDP exchange happens. So Cube will tell, okay, for me, if somebody wants to establish media, I will only accept this port. So with that way, in both direction, it works with the Cube decision because
so when the media is negotiated, Cube will be
saying, okay, this is my RTP port media. You don't send to anywhere else. Your side, okay, you give me whatever stuff I will send, but for me to receive, I will be receiving only on this media port. So let me initiate that call again. So from Tom Cruise phone, which is, sorry, I will call from Abdul Jassim phone. I hope you guys can see this. This is the phone. And I have a speed dial button here called Tom Cruise 81001, or I can pick up the phone and dial 81001. And I see the call is ringing on the Teams application as well as on the Teams phone. Let me pick from the Teams app. I have a bidirectional audio. By the time you can see the echo. Hello, hello. Both sides I have audio. I can see whatever I'm saying. Okay. So call manager can properly reach Microsoft Teams a DID, but we only dial an extension number, but we translate on the fly and send the call to the Teams side. So one direction is okay. So let's call from Teams to the same number. I can simply click call button. The call will be coming to the Cisco phone. Okay, I can see this ringing. I'll pick up. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have both way audio. Let me put in speaker. Hello, hello. Both side I have. So the two-way of calling is possible. Two-way of calling is possible with this integration. Are we good? And you can also see, let me establish one more call, just a moment.
Can you just explain what is the, the caller ID part, which is coming towards the Teams?
You can see that, you can see whatever is available on the invite message. I'm not modifying that. So I see the same caller ID. See this
okay, and CUCM phone is having the direct DAD, right?
Yeah,
or
CUCM phone is having 88 number. What CUCM initially matched.
Okay.
Now I will show you one more thing. Screenshot. See this particular call. You see the CUCM phone is like this. Let me mute it. Okay. I need to mute other side as well. Okay. So this is the phone which is here, which is CUCM registered phone that shows the initially matched number 881. This can be also modified using voice translation profiles, which I don't want to go in deep into that. That is possible. But if you look at closely here, this is an end-to-end encrypted media. So anyone in the middle, they will not be able to track or capture these packets and reproduce the RTP. It's an encrypted media. Disconnect. Okay. Are we good at this point? Any questions, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Jasim, one question regarding this gateway or the CUBE registration on Microsoft Teams portal. This is always we have to use the public IP address, right? Any other kind of authentication based method is not there.
Not there.
Only certificate-based.
Yeah, purely on the public IP address. There is no authentication stuff. You have to map a public IP address with an FQDN, and the FQDN will be also a part of your tenant, Microsoft tenant, that can be added. And if you look at this, I'll just finish this and I'll come back to you. The SIP options ping is also active. And there is one funny thing here. You can see an exclamatory mark here. If you go to this, the SBC, which shows status inactive, that is wrong. Okay. So when it will active, God knows, it takes some time. You send some calls. Initially, when I was doing the direct routing stuff, when I was learning the direct routing stuff, I implemented everything correct. I never made any calls. So I was thinking that, okay, there is something wrong in the implementation because this guy was always inactive. I reached out to many people. Then what happened was I was randomly trying some of the other calls or troubleshooting calls to get the logs. And one fine day I see that it came up automatically. So don't worry about this one when you implement initially. When you send some calls, it eventually shows active. Okay, so that's one common thing which you need to understand. But your TLS and the SIP option should be active. If you see these two are active, then you're good to go. And there is one more point which we need to discuss called simultaneous ring. Somebody was asking. So we'll go and see where are we standing now. So we completed this. Our SIP trunk integration was in CUCM was good. MS Teams we completed. CUBE SIP profile we added. Test call between CUCM and phone, that is CUCM and MS Teams, that is also added. Now there is a feature called simultaneous ring. So there was one guy who was asking, what if I wanted to dial a number which is 1001, that is the Tom Cruise phone. Okay, so I use a different phone to dial that. I have a different phone here, the 99 series phone. I will dial from this phone to the call manager IP phone, which is 1001. And for the same time, the call manager IP phone should ring. It should also ring the MS Teams. That is one of the common integration. Do you guys have any clue how to do that?
Single number reach.
Yes, single number reach. Yeah, single number reach. So let me quickly show you that. Since we integrate all, for SNR to work, at least this has to be there. The normal routing has to work. Then single number reach is nothing but you are also adding an extra extension number or extra destination to your own number. So my own number is 1001. Along with that, I am attaching one additional number, which can be my mobile number or any other number. Okay. So to do that, first thing you need to go to user management, end user, and enable mobility. So all I'm doing it on the Tom Cruise phone. So inside the Tom Cruise, I will enable mobility, and Mobile voice access again optional, you can ignore that. Maximum wait time for desk pickup is millisecond. So if you want to ring IP phone first and wait for some time, few seconds, and then ring Teams, you can set a duration here. But I need simultaneous, both should ring same time. So I set 1 second, or 0 is also fine. You can also set 0. Then you can have how many destination? You can have 4 destination, or n number of maximum how many destination. So I set 4 and save this configuration. Then forget about this one. This wouldn't be here. Okay, I created it. That's why it's there. Then you need to go to profile. Sorry, device settings, remote destination profile. So remote destination profile is a virtual phone profile that is having the same extension number of Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is having 1001 extension. So I'll create a profile that is also having the same extension. So this is that profile. You just go and click add, and you can give a name, remote Tom Cruise RDP, and device pool can be a device pool. Then rerouting calling set space. This is required because when you are sending the call to Teams, I should have access to the Teams partition, which is 81001 or a 8xxx pattern. Then only the call will be extended to the Teams through this device profile. Rerouting calling set space is needed. And then go to the number, which is the same number. So currently the 1001 is configured for the physical phone, which is here, and also for the remote destination profile. That is done. Once you have the remote destination profile created, you need to create a remote destination. For that, you can go to device, a remote destination. Then click find. You don't have anything. Add new. So I am providing Tom Cruise MS Teams number. Okay. There's an MS Teams number of Tom Cruise, which is 81001. Okay. And mobility user ID should be Tom Cruise. And then enable mobility features. This one you can ignore. Okay. Rest of the things I'll go with the default. Click save. Now what happens? Sorry. Remote destination profile. I didn't select that. Yeah. Select the profile. Save. What happens? Any call that comes to my IP phone, the call manager IP phone, will also signal my Microsoft Teams. Means Teams will also ring. And I can pick any of these. I can pick Teams application, or I can pick from the IP phone itself. So let's see that in action. So now this is Tom Cruise again.
You don't have to associate the line association.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you guys. I forgot that. So you need to associate that. Now I will go back to my Teams user, which is this. And from this phone, from my demo phone, I'm not dialing 81001. I'm dialing 11001. That is the IP phone over there. Okay. So pick 1001. My IP phone is ringing. I can see that is ringing. Okay. And of course, you see the team application is also ringing. By the way, I have this phone also here, right? This is also Teams phone of Tom Cruise. That is also ringing. Okay. Like 3 phones are entirely ringing. I can answer from anywhere. I'll answer this. Hi guys. I can hear. Okay. This is called simultaneous ringing. And is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And another question, I was expecting that question. How about Teams? When a user calls another user in Teams, can we ring the IP phone back here? Can we?
No.
So if we have a feature like single number reach in Microsoft Teams, we can do that.
We can. Right.
Yeah. So there is a feature called ring also. I'm sorry?
Dual forking is available on Microsoft, right?
Yes, that's called ring also ring. So if you go to Microsoft Teams settings, call settings, you have an option called call rings me, also ring a contact number 1001, which is my call manager extension, Tom Cruise, right? So when Tom Cruise IP Teams application rings, it can also ring another destination. It is exactly like single number reach. But the problem when I add this, will it cause any problem? If I add this, it's not recommended to add this way.
So call loop, right?
Yeah. How the call loop happens, let me explain that as the last thing, then we will wind up. So if you do the single number reach concept in 2 direction, here is what happens. I'll just draw 2 boxes here, which is your CUCM and this is your Teams. and CUBE is in between. And your extension is 1001. Here it is 1001. And 1003 is calling you, right? You're calling 1003. So you configured an SNR, which is 1001, that will send the call to Teams, and Teams will ring, right? This is one SNR condition. If you configure the same thing, like there is another user, 1002, calls this guy, you configure SNR. It's called ring, also ring in Microsoft Teams, or RAR, to 1001. This phone will ring, right? If this happens both, let's go back to the previous example. This guy dialing this number, it triggers the SNR, it sends the calls to Teams. The moment Teams rings, this will also trigger, right? So that send the call back to call manager again. This will also trigger the SNR, it goes back to this again. So there will be a call loop.
Yeah.
Make sense? So
Yes.
you are allowed to do this in one direction since you are migrating. So all our intention is like migration from on-premise to cloud, right? Until we finish the migration, we will select Teams as the primary source. Anything that calls, Teams to Teams call land on Teams, IP phone to IP phone calls lands on Teams. So that way you can integrate. If you integrate back, there will be a loop. Of course, you can do some zip profiles to avoid the loop, because every time the call forwarded, there will be a header called maximum forwards. That reduces. With that count, you can implement another zip profile in the CUBE to stop that. I'm not going into that. That is possible. You can do that manipulation inside the CUBE and terminate the call. But at least it will generate a leg towards CUBE. Then inside the CUBE, you need to terminate that call with a
Which header? Which header? Maximum forwards.
max forward. So let me take
Max forwards.
one message. Yeah. So if you see max forwards here, by the default value is 70. Each time when the SIP message passes through one by one hop, it reduces the value into 69, 68, stuff like that. So you closely evaluate when the loop happens, what is the max forwards value. Or we can have multiple conditions. Okay, if you match few things, you can block the call and send a 504 or 503 service unavailable message back to the entity, whoever is initiating that. So that way you can avoid the loop, but it is not recommended to implement that like two-way of calling. So either you make your CUCM as your primary source, so you remove the SNR, configure the ring also ring option inside the Teams, or you forget about ring also ring, you configure SNR inside the CUCM, just to be safer side.
If we configure one more line to the phone of the CUCM and configure that line as a ring to ring into the Teams,
that is totally different number is possible. Okay. So like I can have it a different extension number, then Teams can send back that, but that will maximize my dial plan inside the call manager, right? Every user will have another. That is possible. You can send a different number. That's one way, one logic of implementing this, if your customer is adamant about that.
Yep.
Okay. So at this point, we have successfully completed the whole configuration. And like I said, how many people we have? Good. We have still 62. We are reaching around 3 a.m. That's good. I appreciate your energy, guys.
Just one more thing.
Yeah.
So for IP phone, we have a SIP invite. We can read the SIP invite. For Microsoft call, how we can take the logs and read the invite.
Yeah. So I will quickly show you that if possible. There is a method to collect the logs from the client. So if you press Alt Control Shift 1, I believe. Yeah. It will download the logs. Okay. And once it downloads, it will be there in the download folder. I will go back and collect that. So go to the download folder. This is what the log message. Which one is that? This is today. Open this, go to web, and there will be a log message. Web logs. This not as equal as like SIP messages.
Is it WebSockify messages?
I'm sorry?
Is it WebSockify messages or?
No, this will tell you how am I dialing. So for example, few things will be there, but it's not exactly like your SIP messages. Okay. Also, I'm not an expert in troubleshooting Teams. I have implemented many of the customer, but I never worked on the operation side of Teams. I don't know much about these things. What I do is, anyway, I will have an SBC. SBC talk about SIP. So I will collect the logs from the CUBE side itself so that I'll understand what Microsoft is sending to me. And if you want to troubleshoot that Microsoft stuff more, you can always reach out to Microsoft itself, opening a case. But you can see the call flow here. If you dial this one, 1001, I need to open this one in a Microsoft, Notepad++. And you can see what regular expressions are matching and how the calls are going out. But I don't see any SIP messages here in the web logs. So you are allowed to troubleshoot a limited level inside Teams because it's a cloud solution. The flexibility is inside the CUBE because that is your own device. You can see what messages are coming from the Teams, right? So that's also one way of troubleshooting it. So I am a fan of that way since I don't have much control on the Team side. But there is no SIP messages. As per my understanding, there is no SIP messages that you can see on the Teams. All you can see this one. You collect this, then you can open a case with Microsoft directly, upload to them, say this is the reason, and they will be able to help you in that case. Right. Any other question?
Alt Shift, right?
Control Alt Shift 1, key 1.
+1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a few things which we discussed in the 1 second. I go there. Logs. Yeah. Basic support logs from Teams desktop line. Few things I was discussing inside the training, my cloud collaboration training. How you understand few things about that, how you collect the logs, at least to coordinate with the Microsoft team, means Microsoft support, how you collect these things, like which logs you need to look into, and what is the purpose of each log. There are a few things, desktop, meeting, and web log. We usually check the web logs. Okay, so if you guys, anybody of you wanted to learn the Teams, not only Teams, Azure, Teams, and WebEx is a combo. You can reach out to me. This is the workbook that you guys will be getting. That covers about almost everything. If you look at the content, it is having all those stuff. Microsoft Teams, Active Directory, Microsoft, normal Windows AD I'm covering. Then we gradually go towards the Azure side. Then Azure AD, a lot of other things like Microsoft Teams, configuration of users, and then direct routing. In this example, we are taking audio codes as an SBC to connect PSTN. We never integrated.
Okay, so that was my question actually. So you're covering audio codes as well.
Yeah, in this we are covering audio codes. One second. Yeah, implement audio codes SBC in Azure Direct Routing. So the way that I implemented CUBE, right? Instead of CUBE, I can have any other SBC. But in this class, what we do is we are integrating with service provider directly, not with the call manager. So this webinar is actually a product or a byproduct of the last class. Students requested me saying that, will you be able to take any session for the CUCM and Teams integration? At that time, I never tested this one. So after the class, we completed in July. So I was testing and I was figuring out, okay, how the way we integrate these together. Then I said, okay, I'll take a free session for you guys. And I thought, okay, anyway, I'm taking it so that can be a global. So everybody can attend that for free. That's the reason for this webinar. So in this, we are doing the PSTN integration with audio codes. We are configuring pretty much everything with audio codes. And we are deploying the audio codes inside Microsoft Azure, the cloud deployment, not a physical box. So a lot of things we are learning here. If you guys are interested, you can reach out to me. The syllabus and other thing, whatever things we discussed today, all are available here. Just go to this portal, go through it, configuration diagrams, and you can also contact me if you want something. Then the reference is also here. Direct routing. This is the main reference guide I have followed, but I did my own tuning. Then I also recommend you guys to send me a feedback, which I will. This link is not active currently, or is it active? No, that is not active. I will link it here. I'll also send the feedback link in the WhatsApp chat. Just forward it. Say your comments. It's only 4 questions, and the 2 questions which I haven't answered will be added here based on my time. Not tomorrow, maybe after a few days. Okay. So thank you guys. I really appreciate for you guys staying awake till 3 a.m. in the night. Appreciate that.
Thanks a lot, Joseph.
Yeah, Ajay, you'll be sharing the recording, right?
Yeah, I'll be sharing the recording. The problem is the recording is too long. So I'll be dissecting this into pieces and uploading into my YouTube channel. So tomorrow itself will be available. So I'll send the link in the group itself.
Please do it.
Okay.
One more
I
doubt,
missed
Rajiv.
few.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more doubt. Can we use DDNS instead of public IP? Possible.
Okay. So the problem with the DDNS is DDNS maps to an IP address, which is you need to install one client, or your router IP address should be updated. I'll tell you with a reference what's the problem with the DDNS. When you have
Microsoft support?
Yeah, they support.
Access. Okay.
But you should have a domain name. You should purchase the domain name. A domain name can be mapped to another DDNS that is called CNAME. So you can have sbc.ajcollab.com that totally points to some sbc.something.com. That is possible with GoDaddy domain with I purchased. So we can use that. But the problem here is when you have an internet connection from the provider. So say for example, you're taking a home connection from your provider. This is your ISP who gives you internet. You can see a public IP address here. If you type what is my IP in Google, you're ideally seeing the IP address which allocated by the service provider to you. So that can be always in a public range. Let's say 103.102.1.8, something like this. But the problem that with the normal internet, the home-based internet is like anyone from the world won't be able to create any connection directly to that public IP address because this connection is coming through your provider, and provider will block any inbound connection. All you have is from your organization or from your office or from your home, you can initiate an outbound, get a response for the same outbound. Okay, that's why only the inbound allowed, but no one from internet allowed to create a connection directly to this IP address if you have a normal internet connection. That is applicable to DDNS as well. DDNS is nothing but you can map a domain name with your changing IP address. Because the public IP address what you got from the service provider, if you reboot the router, it will change. Okay, but nobody can establish a connection to that. If you want to have an IP address setup, which I demonstrated, you need to pay the service provider some extra cash so that they will give you a public IP address which is always static, plus they will remove this control. Anything can be forwarded to your IP address, and it is up to you that how you block.
It was not blocked, but I think since last few years
recent
they started
connection,
blocking.
yes, yeah. So I paid almost 2,500 rupees for that public IP address. That's for a year. 1 year you can pay that amount because I was testing Jabber, MRA, and a lot of other public internet related stuff. So I thought of purchasing one IP address.
Sorry, how much? How
2,500 in India.
Monthly?
2,500 per year for that public IP
per
address.
year. Oh.
Yeah. Then only you can have that inbound connection. Otherwise, the ISP will terminate all the inbound. So the connection, it won't even reach to your router. Only when it reaches your router, you can have that internal controls. Okay.
Clear.
What else, guys?
From this, which certification we can be prepared for?
Okay, so in the training talk, guys, if you are getting late, you guys can drop. I will also finish in few minutes. I will just explain about the other thing. Certifications. Understanding cloud collaboration certifications. So my specific training focused on all the certification. AZ 900, which is Azure Fundamentals. AZ 104 Azure Administrator, because we are covering pretty much all the topics of these two certification. Then there is a certification for Teams Administrator called Teams Administrator Associate, MS 700. Then another one called Teams Voice Engineer that deals with these kind of routing, direct routing, SBC, PSTN integration, all of that. That is MS 720. They rebranded that in recent month, last month, into MS 721. So you don't see MS 720 now, which is MS 721, but that's pretty much the same topics like integrating routers, CUBE, SBCs to the Teams, and then dial plan, PSTN usage record, and all of that. That is called our Teams Voice Engineer. Then we also cover WebEx, right? But there is no specific certification inside WebEx. But this particular one, 300-820, that talks about most of the Edge solution and WebEx solution. So that training, which I was saying, is covers all these topics, but you cannot pinpoint that you didn't cover 100% of all the topics. What is required for the market, which I am covering, most of the topics. You can ask any of the students, because most of the people who attended today's session are my ex-students who completed this training. So you can ask them, get the feedback. And you can also go to Google and type AJ Labs training. You will see the actual feedback about my trainings. And I would recommend, if you have a student with enough time, you can certify all these. or if you are a student with average time, you go ahead with these two, or if you are a highly busy person, you go ahead and certify MS Teams. And all these things will be discussed in the class if you are signing up for the class.
Sure, thanks.
Thank
No
you.
problem. So let us wind up if there are no questions. All right. Thank you guys again. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. See you again. Stay connected.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ajay.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Happy weekend, guys.
thank you, HA. Thanks for the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse.
You guys.
Thank you, Ajay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks
Ajay.
everyone. Yeah, thanks, Ajay.
Thanks,
Good
everyone.
morning, Ajay.
Good morning, by the way. All right. See you guys. Bye-bye. Stay connected.
Bye.